There we are. Welcome. I am Cole Red. This is Cole Red Plays. Today is Takeover Tuesday. I apologize for the late start. We had a doctor's appointment for the baby that ran an hour long. So kind of threw off the whole schedule of the day. But I am here. I'm ready to go. I'm excited for some takeovers. So yeah. There's a lot going on in Raid this week. We have the Asgard Divide event launching tomorrow. Today is Tuesday. It launches on Wednesday. And so we'll get the 4 new champions, which is kind of cool. I'm going to be doing a video on each of the champions. Probably do one video on all of the champions rather than 4 different videos, just because that's how I roll. We do have an extra legendary event that just popped today, was not announced. This, by the way, is Classic Plarium. I would not pull for this unless you are in Mercy or very, very close to Mercy. Because I guarantee you, you're going to need these shards for something that's going to happen tomorrow or the next day. Yeah, so be careful about this. This is a classic trap. This is a classic trap. All right, let me get my window size so I can see chat. Yeah, baby's still in control. Baby rules the roost. He does that. He gets to decide. He gets to decide when I live stream and when I don't. He's unpredictable, that baby. Hey, everybody. Hey, Zondi. Greg, Sindragor. Hey, Krop is in the house. Kevin. Andy, Caveman is here. Pavel Grabowski. Angelica. Martine. Marius. Burso. Hey, Burso. How you doing, man? Hawk Gaming. Anthony Wood. Hello, hello. Thanks for joining. Sorry for the late start. Sometimes life with the baby is unpredictable. All right, so I apologize. I just got home from the doctor's appointment, had to scarf down some lunch and get the dog out and then start the live stream. Okay. All right, so I'm going to do some takeovers today, but I have not logged into my account yet. So I just logged into my account like 2 minutes before the live stream started. I've just got to do a couple of things here. Siege has started. That's another thing that's going on right now. So we've got Siege. We've got the extra legendary event. We've got Asgard Divide dropping tomorrow. I'm still speculating that they're going to announce a fusion, but we'll have to see, because typically they give us like 1 or 2 days warning. So if it were going to drop tomorrow, I think we would have heard about it today. And let me just check the Discord. I don't think we heard about anything today. Oh, also, gotta post the live stream. Gotta post the live stream in Discord so people know. Okay. All right. So how y'all doing? Has it been 3 months yet for you, Joshua Lynch? I don't know. You can look in the DMs, you know, because if if you had a takeover, then you and I DM'd each other, and you can just look back in the DMs and see what the date is. Hey, MZ. Good to see you. Ziggy. Cool. Tributor, Rico, Manish, Selena Feline in the house. All right. Yeah, so let's see. We still got a spider tournament going on, or is that over? All right, so I want to get at least this 2050 here. I'm going to throw that on. I'll show you my spider team. So this is just the demons. What is it? Demon Spawn, Undead, Knights Rev, and what's the fourth one? Demon Spawn. Oh, Dark Elves. Dark Elves. Yeah. So this is what I put together. I tried a bunch of combos, and this seems to be the most consistent and fastest. I'm actually trying to build Eric's as a solo champion for Spider Hard 10, but I don't quite have I think I need Slayer, the Slayer set, or whatever it's called. So I'm like one or two pieces shy. I don't quite have the gear yet. And then everybody else is just built for other stuff, but it works out pretty well. It's good to have the HP burn plus the direct damage. So we've got 2 HP burners here with Sissia Flame Tongue and Walking Tomb Drang. And Sissia is also an activator, so she can blow stuff up. She also lands a decreased defense and a weaken. And we got the AoE Hex. Gives us some defenses too. And it usually runs about a minute, which is not too bad. I'll take that. Yeah, 55 seconds, 21 turns. So you can see my normal team is about 35 seconds and 10 or 12 turns. That's not bad. I do have Newt. Newt's not allowed in this. This is a restricted tournament, right? You can't use dwarves. So yeah. There you go. See? You guys are checking your DMs. Do I want to roast your 3-year account with 40K energy and shitty progress? No. No, that's not me. I appreciate the offer, I suppose. But if you win, we'll take a look at it. We'll talk about it. Hey, Ephemeral. Good evening, Kirk. Yeah, so anyway. All right, so if you haven't done this before, just to let you know, you need to be a member of the Discord community. So there's a link in the description of this live stream. Go ahead and click it. It will get you instantly into our Discord. In the Discord, you want to scroll down until you see the section Coaching Corner. The Coaching Corner. In the Coaching Corner, there's a channel called the Wheel of Takeover. That's where you're going to go. Now, don't react. People have been reacting, but I'm gonna remove all the reactions because some of them are from last week. So I just cleared all of the reactions. There is a message from my editor, whose name is Sun, and you just want to respond to that message one time. Or 1,000 times. Respond as many times, react to it as many times as you want. Don't respond to it, react to it. So you can't actually respond in the channel, but you can react. And that will enter you into the drawing. We'll spin the wheel in just a minute, and whoever wins, I'm going to send you a DM. I want you to DM me right back with your login information, and I'll get the process started of logging in. And then, let me know what kind of takeover you're looking for. I'm also going to give you a role that's going to allow you to join me in the coaching voice channel. And that means you're going to be able to hear me in real time, because there is about a 10-second delay on the live stream. And so that way I can ask you questions and you can just respond with DMs much more quickly. And it just works a little bit better that way. So that's about it, I think. As far as the takeovers are concerned today, there are no restrictions. So any kind of takeover you want, I will be happy to try. Just to let you know, and I don't normally say this, but if you don't have any resources, like if you don't have any silver or you don't have any I don't know, clan boss keys, you don't have any gems. Takeovers are kind of tough. So it just becomes sort of a coaching session. Like, this is what you can look at. This is this next 6-star you could build. This, you know, maybe we could theorize like a team for Hydra or clan boss or something, but I'm not going to be able to actually implement anything. So if you want, you know, if you're coming back to these Takeover Tuesdays with the intention of trying to get a takeover, it's often good to save some silver for a few days. You know, have, I don't know, even like 10 million silver is a really good amount for what we try to do here on Takeover Tuesday. If you wanted like a real massive rebuild for Hydra or clan boss or something, like, you could use a lot more silver. I did a clan boss takeover last week. I think it ended up running about 80 or 90 million silver. And it just depends on where your gear is and how much you have to roll up and, you know, actually build out. So just be aware of that. Just be aware of that. So if you only have like 800,000 silver or something, we're just going to talk. That's all. It'll be a conversation, which is fine. Okay. So we've got some reactions here. It looks like we've got about 50 reactions, maybe. Only got 60 people in the live stream. Please hit the like button, by the way. That'd be great. Let's do this again. Okay, so let's go over to... I'm going to give it one more minute. Anybody wants to get in on this first wheel here? Give it one more minute. And again, you can only win one takeover every 90 days. So if you won in the last 90 days, you are not eligible. If you don't know when the last time it is that you won, and you did win before, just check your DMs with me, because you and I had a conversation where you sent me like your login information and stuff like that. You can just scroll back through the DMs and find the date. Because if you happen to win and you've been within 90 days, I'm going to have to disqualify you and we're going to have to redo the whole thing. And that can be disappointing for everybody, for you, for me, for people watching. Hey, Andre, good to see you. Hey, Dexar. Gear cleanse and Hydra. Oh boy. Yeah, Dinky. What was your reaction when you found out you were going to be a daddy? I'm expecting to hear mine soon. Wow. Well, congrats. Well, my reaction was kind of funny because we were trying to have a baby. We were planning on having a baby, and we were trying for 6 months or so. And when my wife finally had a positive pregnancy test, it was early in the morning. She had gotten up early for something, and I usually sleep a little bit later because I work a little bit later. So she came into the bedroom, and she was all like flustered. And she kept saying, like, I was dead asleep, and she woke me up with the phrase, "Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong." And I'm like, so I wake up and I hear "nothing's wrong," and I'm thinking, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" You know, and she's like, "Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong." I'm like, "What's going on? What's going on?" And she's like, "We're pregnant." And I was like, so it was like this weird confusion, elation, relief moment where, you know, I was very happy. I was very happy because, you know, we really wanted to be parents, and so we were super excited. But it was just funny because she was like freaking out and trying not to freak me out, but I was, you know, I was coming out of a dead sleep. So it was just like, there's no way to do that. There's no way to like excitedly wake somebody up from a dead sleep without having them panic at least a little bit. So, yeah. By the way, the team you made me for Clan Boss won Key's Nightmare every time. That's awesome, Andy. Did you miss the geo-targeted shard event while away? Nah, I didn't. I don't care about geo. I saw it. I'm not going to pull for... I pull during 2x events or fusions or guaranteed champions, and that's it. I don't pull for progressives or targeted things. Yeah. I know it's funny to people that I don't have geo like it's a meme, but I honestly, like, I don't even think about the champion. Like, it never occurs to me unless something like that happens. Because if I did pull him, I don't know. I honestly don't know where I would use him. I'd try to find a use for him. I would, and I'd probably try to make some content on him. But I you know, after 3 years, your roster is sort of like beyond the need for Geomancer. Do you know what I mean? Think they should make the Great Hall any easier? Yes, absolutely. I think they should cut the time required in half. Do you pull on extra legendary events? On rare occasion, I do. On rare occasion, I do if I know I'm close to Mercy. But for the Ancient Shards, I am not close to Mercy. In fact, I know I was getting close to Mercy, and then I pulled a shard off of video, and I pulled I got one extra shard during the 2x event, and I pulled a legendary. So, you know who I pulled? I'll show. I haven't told anybody this, but this is who I pulled. Pulled Hefrak. I pulled like a great champion at like 2 a.m. from a random shard during the 2x event. Like I already pulled 100 shards and missed. But you know, over the course of the weekend, I got like 7 extra shards. And so I just like would pull them when I got them, assuming I wouldn't hit, which was silly. I should have, recorded. But I was just like, I got one last one. It was literally my last one of the weekend. And I hit on Hefrak, which is cool. He's awesome. But I don't know what to do with him right now. So I haven't done anything. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and spin this wheel. There we go. Good luck to everybody out there. Hey, darn. The sun is not under the stairs. He's in his 3-bedroom apartment, chilling with his dog. Hey, Azareth. I'm sorry, not Azareth. Arazeth. Hello, everyone. I'm new here and in Raid. Just want to greet you all. Welcome. Welcome to Raid. Welcome to the live stream. Good to have you here. Thanks for hanging out. Bagpuss Cat. Good to see you. Kayun. All right, man. Good to see you too. All right. Who won? Leo. Leo won. I'm looking to see Leo. I mean, we've had conversations before. Leo and I have talked a few times in the past. I'm just wondering if you've ever won a takeover. You did all the way back in December. You won. So definitely more than 90 days. You're all set, buddy. So I don't know if you. Yeah, it looks like you won all the way back in December. But let me go ahead and get you all set up. That's not what I wanted to do. Why is that being weird? There we go. Okay. All right, so you should be able to join me in the voice channel. And you could send me your login information. If it's the same information as back in December, I can get it. Okay, thanks. Let me log out of this. All right, you can send me your authentication code whenever you're ready. Sorry, there's always too many things going on. We are good to go. All right. You know what? I'm going to do a poll before we get started, just because we used to do polls every single live stream. And for whatever reason, I got out of the habit. So, gotta write it out. There we go. There's your poll. All right. Poll red is back. Hey, Hoax. Good to see you. All right. Let's see what we've got here with this account. And Leo, go ahead and tell me what kind of account takeover you are looking for. So we are a level 83 account. Looks like we are all the way through all of the champions. So we're talking about 2 years at this point. So, right? 2 years plus. Let's look at the roster. 47 6-star champions. You've got your Armands, Strategos. Ooh, you got the 6-star Soul on the Torment. You got your Podrick. You're doing all right on you're doing some fusions here. Not every fusion, but you're doing some fusions. You got the logins from UDK and Rhonda and Wukong, Artak. You've got White Queen Ancora. She was a fusion. This is a fusion. This is a fusion. This is a fusion. Let's see who else is a fusion. Fusion for Podrick. Fusion for Wixwell. Fusion for Newt. You got double Newt, so only one of them could have been the fusion. One of them was obviously a shard pull. I think the rest of them are free champions. But there may be... Yeah, there are more legendaries here. Blizzar. There's another fusion. Ooh, you got a Senna. That's exciting. Incarnate was a fusion. The Ogre was a fusion. You got 2 Blizzars, so again, only one is a fusion. Now, Lanatharel was a fusion, but I don't know if you did him way back when, because that was before, I think, all of the other ones. Although you've been around for a while. You've got Deliana here. And you've got Alexander. So did you get Ninja like the original Ninja? Have you been around that long? You got Ninja the first time out? Leo, you there, buddy? You pulled both Newts. Okay. All right. So what kind of takeover are you looking for? How can I help you today? Have some fun. Hydra help. There we go. All right. Tell me about what you're doing on Hydra right now. Like, are you clearing normal and hard? Are you looking for a brutal? Are you looking for a nightmare? Are you looking to get into it? Like, where are we? Where do we stand? Types of DPS to choose for different difficulties. Okay. Okay, so you got a bunch of different variations here. Are you talking about 1,000,000 damage per turn? Is that what you're hoping for? Or are you talking about 1,000,000,000? You meant 1,000,000,000. Okay. So I've said this before on the stream. I want to make sure that this is clear. I enjoy working on Hydra and helping people on Hydra, but I'm like a mid-tier Hydra player myself. I am not the Hydra expert. I understand the fight and the concepts, but I haven't put a lot of time and energy into building the 1,000,000,000 damage teams. Like I haven't built a Yannicka team or a Trunda team. I haven't, I just don't have the time, and Hydra is a huge time suck. So what I can do is I can, kind of theory craft a little bit. We could mess around with some things, but chances are you're going to have to experiment a little bit. You might have to do a little additional research. I'm much better suited to helping players like get up to Brutal Hydra, not Crush Nightmare for 1,000,000,000 points. Like that's not my thing. That's other content creators' things. So doesn't mean I won't try. We'll see what we can do. So let's go ahead and just look at the champion pool. And let's see. I mean, you have like Galathier is not a champion I have. I don't know. Like I know he's crazy in PvP. I don't know how good he is for PvE. He's got a bunch of AoE, so he looks like he could potentially. Oh, he's got an AoE A1. Let's see. Block debuffs. Perfect Veil. Let's check his alternate for him here. Another AoE. Removes all buffs from all enemies. Block active skills. Increase accuracy is nice. Decrease resistance. I mean, he seems good for Hydra. He seems very good for Hydra. You've got Arbeus, who's very good for Hydra as well. There's another buff strip, right? So I think that there are kind of, this is what I'm learning. I'm still learning about Hydra, and this is what I'm learning. There are normal teams, and I don't mean normal difficulty. I mean, there are standard teams that you just build out of good champions, teams that you would approach, like as a dungeon team, same kind of theory. You're like, okay, let me figure out all the things that I need to handle for the Hydra clan boss, put all of that into one team, and then build it. And then there are like the big brain specialty teams, which utilize, special mechanics, like, glitches in the code, like all sorts of stuff, like every advantage to get crazy numbers, right? So when we talk about normal teams, not super teams, you think about all the things that you need to cover with Hydra. You need a solution for every head. Some heads actually require more than one solution. So for instance, when we're dealing with the head of mischief, we need preferably an AoE hex, because that's going to allow us to target that head. If you have a hex on that head, then you can target him. And that's important because the head of mischief is the fastest head. And so that's the most likely head to devour your champions. And if you can't target it, it's going to be harder to get your champions free when the head of mischief devours them. So we need an AoE hex, but this is also the head that steals your buffs, right? So potentially we need a mischief tank, we need a block debuffs buff, we need buff stripping, we need to remove the buffs from the heads. We need all of that. We also have the head of decay. This is the head that is their cleanser. And so we need this head to be constantly provoked to prevent the cleansing. So, already we're looking at 3 or 4 different solutions just for these 2 heads. These are the 2 most important heads. We'd like to have at least a decrease attack for the head of Wrath, because the head of Wrath has a massive nuke that gets triggered every 15 hits. Like it takes 15 hits and then it goes big nuke. Decreased attack is useful. You can have a strengthen, increased defense, shields, stuff like that. A reviver is always a nice sort of insurance policy. You build a nice tanky reviver, and hopefully they survive and bring everybody else back. The head of torment, you have to deal with the fears somehow. The 2 classic ways to deal with it are, one is an Inquisitor Shamail. A second way to deal with it is to have a perfect veil champion. Because if you have perfect veils, then you don't get the fears. So that's another option. The other heads are a little bit like, so the head of suffering and the head of blight are not quite as crazily important. It is good to have a cleanse for the poisons and provokes that come out and stuff like that, and the weakens. It's good to have a strengthen buff so that you don't get the weakens. You can do that kind of thing as well. But these heads need specific solutions a little bit less. So basically, if you're solving the other 4 heads, the one thing that you might really want to throw in there is a cleanse or a block debuffs buff. Like that's the extra thing that handles sort of anything else that isn't handled by the solutions for these 4 heads. And then you need to fit damage into the team. Now, there are a couple of things that you can do with damage. One is obviously you want to bring debuffs. You want that decreased defense. Weaken's really important. HP burns are great because there are 4 heads. So you're going to get that ticking HP percentage hit from all 4 heads. Activations are great. Direct damage is also awesome, especially against exposed necks. So when they're decapitated, sometimes direct damage is really what you want to do. You don't want to necessarily wait around for HP burns. You want to hit that head as hard as possible. It's a ton of stuff you need to bring, so when we're theory crafting teams, we got to think about all of those various things. In addition, and this is important, you need your champion and your teams to go faster than the bosses, right? So preferably you want to be running as fast as really you can do, and obviously you need the accuracy to land all the debuffs. So the more turns that you get in, the more uptime you're going to have on the debuffs, and the more you'll cycle around to your big damage abilities when you need them. That's all the theory. That's like the foundational stuff. That's not even like the complicated stuff. That's just what you need to know to walk in here and do anything with Hydra at any level, right? Now, at real low levels, like at normal or whatever, when you have a decent roster, you can kind of overpower Hydra and you don't have to worry too much about like every single solution. You're like, I don't have an AoE hex, big whoop. I'm just gonna crush everything by being OP. I've got a good roster and I've got good gear and I'm really focused on brutal or nightmare. So when I'm doing normal or hard, I just hit hard and that's enough, and I get my keys done and my Hydra clash is okay. But, as you move up, you have to be a little bit more thoughtful about it. Now, for me, what I have found is a normal team. We were talking about normal teams versus like special teams, super teams. A normal team will, if it's well built for whatever difficulty level you're on, should be able to do 100 million full auto without a lot of difficulty. You shouldn't have to do like 3 or 4 runs to get 100 million. But you're going to cap out somewhere north of 200 million, right? Not a lot. Like if you got 300 million with a normal team, I would be shocked. I think you would either have insane gear, which is probably it, or you like put a ton of area bonuses into Hydra or something to get 300 million. So typically like in the clans that I see, like that are good clans, end game players, or late game players, they're pulling down anywhere from say like 80 million to maybe 180 million. Like that's sort of the place, right? Now, if you can do that for Nightmare, Brutal, and Hard, you've got your billion damage, right? Because Nightmare gives you 4 times points for your Hydra Clash. So if you pull, let's say you pull down 150 million in Nightmare, that's 600 million points, right? And then if you pull down 150 in Brutal, that's 450,000 points. And that puts you over the, 450 million points. That puts you over the billion mark right there. So, normal teams can get the job done and still do a pretty good deal, but it does require tweaking. It does require experimentation. So we can theory craft some options, but you have to get in there and try them because your speeds are going to matter. The different composition of champions is going to matter. There are certain combos that work really well, others that don't. The masteries are going to matter. So, like I said, if you can shoot for like 100 to 150 million on Nightmare, I think that's a great starting point. So it looks like right now, you're pulling 42 to 45 million Nightmare 6. This is a team here. It's like, is the reason that you're pulling 42 to 45 million, is it one, because you're just full auto and you're not like even selecting targets and maybe you could get a little bit of value out of manualing or partially manualing the team? 2, is it that your gear's not quite there? Maybe the gear's not quite there. 3, is it that there's another champion who could do a little bit better? 4, maybe it's the speeds. Maybe you have the right champions, but they're not fast enough. So, there's a lot there to kind of unpack. Now, one thing I noticed about this particular team is you are running Mithrala as a lead, right? Giving everybody accuracy. Is that stat bonus worth not having our base in the lead like you have here, right? Like, because she's giving you that 24% speed aura. So, hey, Dane, good to see you, buddy. Hey, John Hodgson. Live Wild in the house. Alexander, it's Charles. Hey, everybody. Greg Kern. So, it may be that you've theory crafted decently well, but you could use some tweaking, or it may be that it's not the theory craft that's the problem at all. It's just the gear. Like maybe you need the stats. So the first thing I want to do here before we even like dive in too much is let's go ahead and look at your Great Hall. Okay. So the Great Hall it's okay. It's okay. There's obviously a lot of work still to be done. You do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 6 at rank 10. So it's not like you haven't built it up at all, but you still have plenty of work here to do for affinity bonuses. So you want to think about the things for Hydra that you need. Obviously, accuracy is good. Resistance can be good depending on what you want, but usually I leave this to last. I actually don't build up my resistance too much. Usually it's like if I need resistance, I usually have to just gear it out. Crit damage can be good, defense is good, and HP is good. Attack is kind of a weak stat for Hydra for most stuff, right? Because only certain champions get value out of attack, and it's like not as good as say crit damage. So, if you're having trouble like extending the life of your team, you might want to think about HP or defense, probably HP first and then defense. And if you want to boost that damage per turn, think crit damage first, and then either defense, attack, or HP based on your champions. Also, the area bonuses. Let's look at this. So you have been doing some work on the Hydra battles. You've got the speed going, which is excellent. That's great. You've got some crit damage and ignore defense, which is really good. Definitely don't ignore your HP and defense, right? The HP number is really important. HP is your tank stat. I know in other games, defense is your tank stat, but in Raid, HP is really your tank stat. You need a balance of HP and defense. You don't want to ignore defense. But the reason HP is your tank stat is because there's so many ignore defense or like lower defense mechanics. And there's nothing that ignores HP, right? So in general, you're better off. Like if you had a choice, you want to go with HP. But again, you still need sort of the minimum defense. And again, if you haven't, there is a calculator on hh.com, hellhades.com that will help you sort of maximize the efficiency of your defense and HP. Called the effective HP EHP calculator. You can go check that out. Strange Parallel World says, learned a lot from your videos, buddy. Thanks from the heart. You are very welcome, Strange. I'm glad you are enjoying the videos and they are helping you. That's what they're there for. That's why I started the channel. So it's always nice to hear that. So I appreciate it. Yeah, so, you can get some value in just improving your champions here. It looks like, your win rate's very nice. 100% win rate, 55%. You are in gold 5. And 55 wins is, we only reset on Sunday night. It is Tuesday, so 55 wins in basically 2 days. So, that pace is pretty good. So if you keep up that pace, you'll start filling in your affinity bonuses here. Now you have, over 3,000 medals here. So I don't know if you missed like doing your Great Haul during the last CVC. Like now you need to wait a week until the next CVC to get your points for it. But make sure that you're constantly doing that. Like that's one of the first things I do during CVC is I come in here, and if I have an affinity bonus to rank up, I rank it up. Am I doing this champion training event? I haven't thought about it. Is there a champion training tournament going on right now? Right, the one for Wukong, not really. I'm not doing it. I mean, I always do a little bit of champion training, but right now I'm saving resources because I expect something to launch with the Asgard Divide, and I just want to have my resources available. So the Wukong skin is nice, but it's not enough motivation. Actually, the greater motivation is the Legendary Tome for me. But, okay, so now let's go back to Hydra. All right, so I think one of the things that we need to do, the first thing that we probably need to do is figure out who our Hex champions are and who our Provoke champions are. So let's just start with the Hex. So this is tricky, right? When you only have really one AoE Hex champion built, you get one shot. You just get one shot at whatever difficulty that you can do. So, you may want to consider building a second one. Obviously, you got scored the Halfspawn. That's great. I think he's going to be very good in Hydra. I don't know how good his multipliers are. I didn't go for this fusion because we had so much stuff going on that I just skipped this fusion. I would have gone for him because I do think that he's decent. But he's an AoE Hex champion. So this is going to give you a second team, right? And now you also want to calculate the difference. Like, Mithrala is a supporty, defensive, tanky kind of AoE Hex champion. Scored is a damage dealer, right? So the type of AoE Hex champion you're bringing will impact your overall team design, like your composition. All right, so right now we have Mithrala. Let's go ahead and check her out. She's got a 5-star Brimstone. Almost 600 accuracy here. Pretty good speed at 265. Right around 4K defense and 50,000 HP. This is pay attention, folks. This is how you build Mithrala. This is a pretty much perfectly constructed Mithrala. You do have a little bit of advancement. You could still go here with, like these are not 16 yet, so you might get a few more stats. You also look like you have some glyphs. I would glyph her accuracy, right? That accuracy, that resistance, that accuracy, that defense. I would glyph all of that just to make sure that you're maxing her out. By the way, if you don't know this about Mithrala, this is not true for all support champions. She does damage based on defense. You can see here that she does her damage based on defense. So this is something you want to know. Like, attack stat is kind of wasted on her. That's not true. For most supports are attack based. Some supports are defense or HP based, but most supports are attack based damage dealers. So in her case, like, more defense is better. But the stat, this is a really nice stat line. 50k HP, 4100, almost 4200 defense, 265 speed, and close to 600 accuracy. If you wanted to grow this champion and say, like, how do I make this champion better? Could I just creep up all the stats? Yeah, of course you could. But I would say the stats that I would focus on first is I would probably focus on accuracy first, see if I could get her up to like 650-ish. That would be really nice. After that, I would probably focus on HP, get her to like 60k, 65k HP. I think that would be really nice. And then defense. And that's how the order I would do it. I wouldn't worry about resistance or speed. I think the speed is perfect. I think that's right where you want her. Faster than like 285 would be too fast. So between like 260 and 285 is kind of the sweet spot for her. I actually think this is perfect. If you could squeeze out another 10 speed, that's fine. But she also has to speed tune with all the champions around her. So this is a really well built, this is a really well built Mithrala. I would probably look to, in the long run, try to get her out of the accuracy chest plate. Try to maintain the accuracy or even increase the accuracy, but still get out of that accuracy chest plate. And what might happen is, like, let's say you get these two pieces, get them in perception gear with good speed. That's going to give you some of the accuracy back, and then maybe if you can get an accuracy ascension on your banner, that'll take you the rest of the way. But it's hard. I understand that it's difficult because you're in that place now where it's like you've basically got some of your best gear on her. She's in a good spot. I would definitely take all these to 16 just to see what else you got, because you could still roll accuracy here on the weapon. You could still roll, another roll into accuracy or speed here on the helmet. And you could roll, on this. Well, you pretty much have everything you want. I guess you would probably want to roll into HP percentage or resistance. Those two stats would be good here. And again, you can glyph that other stuff. But so she's got to be on the team. We don't have a choice. She has to be on the team, right? So let's go ahead and put Mithrala on the team. And then we're going to go back and look at Provoke Champion. Okay. Now, Grazura is not a champion that I have, but I want to go ahead and look at him because I do believe that he's a very good champion. So he has an AoE Provoke on a 3-turn cooldown, which is really nice. Now, if you look at Vizix, Vizix is also an excellent Hydra champion. Her AoE Provoke is on a 3-turn cooldown as well. So that's, that's the turn duration that you want. So, you do have two good options here. Increases duration of all ally buffs. So he's a buff extender. He has an AoE on his A1, which is very nice. One of the things about AoE A1s that you want to think about is the Head of Wrath. If you have a lot of AoE, you can't avoid stacking up the Head of Wrath's counter. And what that means is you must build in a solution for the Head of Wrath. You can't fight around him. So if you're bringing in Grazur, we absolutely need a decrease attack champion. We maybe need a strengthen champion. I think he brings shields or something. He brings increased defense. That's what it is. Increased resistance and increased defense. And he's also got some sustain for the team. Another thing to consider here is this is another Brimstone champion. If you have a lot of Brimstone on champions that you're bringing in, you might want to consider getting somebody into Cruelty or, Phantom Touch or some other way to deliver damage. Unfortunately, I think Brimstone's important for Hydra, but Brimstone isn't perfect for Hydra because remember that it only fires when the enemy uses an active skill. So if they use their A1 or if they're a decapitated head, your smite doesn't do anything. It just sits there. So you don't want to over-invest on the smite. You do want to have one champion that has a high reliability to land smite, but then you want your other champions in other blessings. All right, so he has a 60% chance. Looks like it books down an 80% chance, or up to 80% chance of a provoke on enemies not under freeze debuffs, and obviously bosses would not be frozen. So this is another AoE provoke champion. You have Vault Keeper, who's got a provoke on his A1. You've got Taragi, who's got an AoE provoke. You've got Seeker, who's got a provoke on his A1. You've got Ultimate Death Knight, who has a provoke on his A1. You got Islin, who's got a provoke on his A1. So clearly we're going to do, Grazur is your best all-around champion, and he's got a really great provoke. But here's the thing. We need a decreased speed. You want an AoE decrease speed, and Vizix gives you that. Islan gives you that. It's not a bad idea to have a backup provoker, but if you have a backup provoker, you want to make sure that that backup provoker is providing a valuable service other than just a backup provoke, right? So like Seeker would give you turn meter fill, and that might help solve the speed problems, but he's got to be pretty fast. So 254 is okay. It's okay. I would say 254 and Relentless would be awesome. If he is speed tuned for a clan boss team, then that's just the number that you're at, and that's what you got. And that's okay. I don't think that's great speed for Nightmare. I don't think it's fast enough for Nightmare. If I were going to run a Seeker in Nightmare, which is questionable if I would anyway, I'd want him at like 300 speed, maybe 290, like something like that. Like 280 in Relentless would be, you know, a perfect number. That would be a great Seeker. You know, Grazur is running at 246, which is not bad. Certainly not bad. It looks like, you know, you've got some broken pieces here. I don't know that he needs the resistance. I don't know that that's enough resistance to matter unless this is a very specific build. Maybe it's the crit rate that you have this piece for. But I would consider, you know, trying to find some replacement pieces here. But okay, so let's see what happens if we put Grazur in. So now we've got our Provoke and our Hex. We're still missing a Slow. We don't have a Cleanse. We don't have a lot of heals. We've got some heals from Grazur. We don't have a Revive. We don't have a block debuffs. We don't have a buff strip. We don't have a block debuffs. I'm sorry, block buffs debuff. We don't really have damage yet. So we're still, you know, we've got the two champions, but now we got to think about, you know, who are we going to bring with this? So just based on that, now we want to think about like the buff strip, right? So obviously Wukong is a very good buff strip champion. But so here, this is actually a negative effect in this, and it goes to remove buffs or steal buffs. So those are your remove buff champions, and those are your steal buff champions. So here you've got Arbaeus and Star Sage Galathier, right? So this is a decent build. I don't think this is overwhelming. I think she could be faster and have more HP here. Does she require a lot of accuracy? She has a block active skills on her A1. And a leech and HP burn. Okay. I honestly don't know how good she is overall with Hydra. I don't really know how to judge these champions that I don't have and I don't play with. You know, so it feels like they're both solid, but neither one of them gives us something we absolutely need that we couldn't get from another source that might give us more. I think, you know, Galathier isn't built for damage. So we do get a cleanse and some heals, which is good. Turn meter fill places a block debuff buff on the ally. So this is a very good skill. And it is an AoE revive. So fills the turn meter of all allies by 10%. Also fills the turn meter of each ally by an extra 5% if they have any active buffs placed on them by this champion. Let's do this. Let's look at the block debuffs buff. How about that? Let's look at a block debuffs. Now Wukong potentially brings you a decent amount of damage. You've got 260% crit damage on him. You've got a Savage set on him. The speed is okay at 209. That's not awesome, but it's not bad. It's sort of like, I would say for Nightmare, you'd probably want him at like 225 or something like that, or a little bit faster. But maybe that might be okay for Brutal. The issue is not the damage, right? The issue is his buff strip and his block buffs. You need this to be happening faster than the Head of Mischief goes. And the Head of Mischief is the fastest head. So you would need a good speed aura and some turn meter fill here to make him fast enough to do that job. Ugo's in the same position, right? She's in the same position where she's doing that block debuffs buff. She's also bringing a decreased defense, which is nice. And a mini cleanse with a little bit of heal. So she performs multiple duties. I mean, so does Wukong, but you know, multiple support duties, I should say. She's got a lot of HP, so it's a nice HP heavy build. Defense is okay. Speed's a little bit low. Accuracy is fine. I would probably say, you know, in either case, like whether you use Wukong or Ugo, you probably need them faster. Now this Wukong has a nice amount of accuracy here, and he may be a PvP champion for you that hits pretty hard and does that buff strip job there, and maybe you just can't build him differently. One of the things that I do notice here is like you're running 6,300 attack. And there's another calculator in the Hell Hades website. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. All right, so if you come up here, you go down here, there is the damage efficiency tool. So we can check that one. And go to Wukong. It is Sun Wukong. I always got to remember it's not a W, it's an S. Okay, and you put in your attack number and you put in your crit damage, and it'll tell you like whether or not you're balanced for maximum like efficiency there. So 6375 is our attack, which feels high to me for 260% crit damage. I could be wrong. Yeah, so for this amount of attack, it's saying your critical damage goal for efficiency would be 302. By the way, this doesn't mean that you don't hit harder with more attack. It just means potentially, right? You can trade away some attack here and be more efficient in terms of your stat usage. So what we could do is in game here, we could say, let's see if we can find a way to get speed back into his kit and focus not so heavily on attack. So for instance, I'm not saying you want to do this, but you could. Actually, I don't know if you can do, I think you can do this. But like if this attack ascension here were speed instead, right? You'd be getting, I think, 12 additional speed here. And you'd be trading away 20 attack to do it. You know, you've got room for more crit damage. If you could get a 6-star gauntlet here, again, you already have the crit damage ascension here, so it's hard to get out of, you know, because this is 79%, whereas a 6-star is 80% naturally. And if you're not rolling into the ascension, it's almost like, why make the swap? But maybe with the swap, you could get more speed or accuracy on that gauntlet, you know? So I think one of these two champions is probably going to have to be on the team. Let's look at Feral as well, just to like get a sense of how this guy works, because I do know he's supposed to be very good. I just pulled him recently myself. I'm in the midst of building him. So he does have a decreased accuracy debuff and a block buffs debuff for 2 turns. He'll ignore 20% of the target's resistance. He also places an increased resistance on all allies and a perfect veil on all allies except this champion for 2 turns. Okay. So potentially he also does double duty because he gives you the block buffs, but he also gives you the perfect veil, which could be the solution for the Head of Torment. So let's go ahead and put Feral on the team. Now we're starting to run out of spots. We still don't have an AoE slow, and we have to bring our damage, right? We have a cleanse. I don't think we have a block debuffs buff. We don't have a revive. You know, so do we bring in Galathir at this point? Or do we bring in Arbaeus at this point and say, here we're going to go a little bit more towards the speed. Here we're going to go a little bit more towards the utility. He's the reviver, right? Let's check them both again. He's the healer, cleanse, turn meter fill, block debuffs. And revive. So I like that. I like that. And now we need at least 2 big damage dealers, but we don't have any debuffs. We don't have a decreased defense. We don't have a weaken. And this makes us look at it again, because it's like the only one who's bringing a lot here. It's like we could bring a Royal Guard, right? But Royal Guard is a single target decreased defense. All of these champions are single target decreased defense champions, except for Deacon, who I don't think really fits this team, although he's not awful, but he's not a nightmare level Hydra champ. So now we're looking at Ugo again. Let's see. Do you have a Shamil? You do. See how he's built. Low damage. You have a low damage Shamil. You can build this guy slow and low damage. You can build him slow and big damage. You can build him fast and low damage. There's all sorts of different ways to build this guy. But you can basically use him as a cleanse bot, right? He just removes the fears and then shoots the head in the face. And if you want to keep that head up so that you're not doing a ton of damage to it, and you're just managing that head so that it doesn't swap out and give you a head that you can't do anything with, then you could potentially build him low damage. Or you can do what I do, which is build him with as much damage as possible. Kill that head as fast as possible. You use his A2 as a way to get other champions out of Devour, right? To free them from the Devour. And then he becomes like a third damage dealer. So you would use him as a support to remove the fears, but you'd also remove him as or use him as a damage dealer. I mean, to be honest, I'm kind of struggling to find ways to get damage into these teams. So out of your damage dealers, out of all of the damage dealers that I see on your roster, there are only a few that jump out to me as like, this is going to get the job done. Now let's go ahead and I wanted to just make sure I thought his decreased defense is on his A1 like ninjas, right? Yeah. He does place a weaken. Now, Newt also places a weaken, and he brings that decreased attack that we need. Rathalos brings an A1 decreased defense. He hits decently hard. But really, I would probably pair him with like Artak, right? Because Artak will bring the HP burns, AoE HP burns, and then Rathalos does the extra passive damage. And that would be a pretty good combo for like hard or brutal, I think. Probably hard. I don't know that that's like nightmare levels of damage. I don't know that it's not. but those two could do the damage load by themselves. You have direct damage from Rathalos. You have the AoE HP burn from Artak. You know, Ninja is a good damage dealer for Hydra as well, but he's a little bit trickier to fit into a team because you really need all your other bases covered because he brings nothing but damage, right? So he's like Rathalos, like he brings nothing but damage. Artak brings the decreased attack, right? He brings all AoEs. He brings the HP burn and the activation. So he's bringing more than a lot of other damage dealers. I also like Podrick. His A1 decreases the cooldown of random allies' active skills, so that helps you get around to big skills faster. He has an ally attack, so he's also a healer, but he restores destroyed max HP, which is another solution we didn't talk about, but that's something that happens. I forget which head does that. That might be the head of... forget which head that is. And then you get a turn meter fill and increase speed. Let's look for turn meter fill for a second. All right, so this is, we want turn meter fill and we want a speed aura that we can use. Increase speed, turn meter fill at 20%, continuous heals, revives. Whenever a continuous heal buff activates on an ally, fills the turn meter of all allies by 5%. All right, so there is a thing we can do. I'm not loving this team that we're putting together. There is a thing that we can do that is a little bit, it's not like a trick, but it's like it's a theory that's been around for a while. You put a turn meter fill champion who's got good skills in the lead spot. Arbaeus fits the bill. Podrick, I think I think his speed buff is everywhere, right? It's all battles. No, dungeon. So he doesn't quite fit the bill. So I think it would be Arbaeus or who was the other? Or Ancora. Or Deegan. Or Senna. Senna was the other champion. She's got turn meter fill. And she's really interesting as an option. I know she's not built yet, but she's really interesting as an option. And the reason is this A2. So the turn meter fill places an increased speed and 2 continuous heals. And then her passive fills allies turn meter by 5% whenever a continuous heal buff goes off. It fills all allies turn meter by 5% whenever anybody has a continuous heal that goes off. And she's placing what would amount to 12 continuous heals. And then she's at the end of this champion's turn, she's increasing the duration of a continuous heal buff on one random ally. So she does extend it, but there's only one ally. So it's really just this. Now, if you do this and you come down here and you do masteries and you add lasting gifts, this has a 30% chance to extend the duration of any buff cast by this champion by 1 turn. So that's going to include the increased speed, but it's also going to include those 12 continuous heals. So roughly 3 or 4 continuous heals are going to be extended. Now you're talking about 15 or 16 continuous heals, plus every turn she's going to extend 1. So now you're talking about 16 or 17. So for each cycle of 3 turns on this skill, you're going to have something in the vicinity of 16 or 17 turn meter fills for the whole team. So you're talking about 70, 80% turn meter fill based just on this passive, plus the 20% turn meter fill that she gives from the skill, plus the speed in all battles. Now, the reason that you care about this is what you do is you put somebody like that in the lead. So let's go ahead and put Senna in the lead for a second. Now, it could be our base. I'm not saying it has to be Senna, but let's go ahead and put Senna there. And then you put Shamil on the team. Now, this is a really nice strategy for a normal Hydra team. Because what I was talking about was like, okay, Shamil is like another damage dealer. You build him heavy damage and he hits hard and he helps you free other champions even when the head of torment is down, right? You build him with ignore defense or you build him with, you don't have to, like this can't crit. So you don't necessarily have to like go huge on the crit damage, but you can just build him to hit hard, ignore defense and hit hard. This does crit, by the way. So this, I mean, you could still build them with 100% crit rate. I'm not saying don't build crit. I'm just saying damage on him is a little bit different than damage on other champions. In fact, if you wanted to, you could probably split the difference. You could say, let's build 100% crit rate and invest in the crit damage as much as possible. And that would make the A3 hit really, really hard, but it wouldn't affect the A1. These counterattacks will only deal 50% of the normal damage. So that means they wouldn't hit that hard. They wouldn't kill the head of torment, but he's still a damage dealer for when champions get devoured. But the bigger thing here is this passive. So this has each critical hit fills this champion's turn meter by 7.5%. Okay, that's fine. Whenever an ally receives a fear or true fear debuff from an enemy, this skill will instantly remove that debuff and fill the team leader's turn meter by 15%. So every single time Shamil removes a fear, he fills Senna's turn meter by 15%, which gets her back around to her turn meter fill and continuous heals, potentially filling up your buff bar with a crazy number of continuous heals and constantly proccing turn meter. Plus, she actually has a chance to instantly activate continuous heals on her A1. So she could even proc more of this turn meter. So basically, these two champions can create this engine that speeds up your team, right? Without a ton of speed on the team, without a ton of other turn meter fill. Just these two champions in these two particular roles could potentially create massive turn meter fill for your team. Now, there is a downside to this, which is if either one of them gets devoured, you lose that turn meter fill, right? And your team gets slow instantaneously. I mean, maybe they'll still have the increased speed buff on them, but they'll get a lot slower, right? And so it might be a little bit harder to free one of them when they get devoured. Now, the other champion to think about this could be like, we could potentially do this with our Arbaeus. Same thing. You want somebody who has that speed aura in that lead, but also has turn meter fill, right? Because the whole idea is to go as fast as possible. Without that speed aura, you're losing a significant amount of speed. So in this particular case, we have the turn meter fill of 30%. Again, this would need to be booked. This is on a 4-turn cooldown, but it gives you an increased attack and increased accuracy, which is very nice. You get the buff strip more frequently. She's getting the turn meter fill. So you get around to that buff strip more frequently. So that buff strip is going to be there. The thing is, she doesn't have a block debuffs skill, which is actually the more valuable of the two. I think removing buffs is good, but you'd rather that they never get the buffs in the first place. Her aura is better. She gives you taunt, stone skin, continuous heals, the leech, the HP burn. She gives you a lot. She's very good. But I actually might lean towards Senna. Like, I know that, there's a long way to develop that champion. And so now this actually clarifies like what you're doing a lot more. Because you're like, okay, I have this. Now I need all those other things. Now I have to have, we already know we have to have Mithrala. Right? But the continuous heals and the cleanses and survival, this is now a very survivable team already with just these two champions. Now you think about that provoke, who do we want on the provoke? We talked about having Grisur in the provoke spot or potentially Vizix in the provoke spot. Vizix brings that slow. Grisur doesn't. Grisur is probably the better overall champion, but Vizix might give you a little bit more in terms of overall utility. We'll have to see. Let's just take one last look at Grisur's kit. So he gives you 3 AoEs, which is nice. Increases. This is an enemy max HP hit as well, which is nice. Increased resistance and increased defense. You got the increased defense already from Mithrala. And this would give you additional heals. Here's the question. Can you run them both? Or could you run another provoke champion? Probably not. Probably can't run both. I don't know how hard Leo hits when he's at full health, because he'll always be at full health with this team, right? He's not going to get that passive. He's never going to be at low health. Yeah. I don't know. I don't see, again, I'm a mid-tier Hydra player. Like, I'm okay at this. I understand the concept, but I don't have enough experience with enough champions to really do it. And I have never put the time in to build one of these super teams. I kind of like the concept here, but I would have to test it out. I think it'll take some experimentation. Here we've got AoE HP burns. We've got an AoE weaken. We've got the big hits from Newt. Obviously, the single target hits. You've got another single target nuker in Shamail who can help. So if Newt is taken, Shamail can help free him. If Shamail is taken, Newt can help free him. You've got the decrease attack from Artak. You've got all of the strengthen, the increased defense and shields from Mithrala. You've got the block. You got the cleanse. You got the increased speed. You've still got the utility from Grisur in terms of the provoke, but also all the AoE damage, the shields, the increased resistance and increased defense backup. You've got two brimstones there. And then you've got all that turn meter fill and continuous heals. Like, I like the idea of it. I like the theory of it. I don't know that it's the best team or not. Like it could be. This is another champion that you could also consider in that lead spot, by the way. Not as much turn meter fill, but she's got the aura and she's got this nice A1 that cools down. I think Senna's the better option. I don't know. Chat, what do you think? Let me know. What do you think? Is this a cool team or not? Is this just me overthinking things, or do you think this could be an effective team here? And again, is it nightmare material? I think that's more dependent upon the stats. I'm struggling not putting Wukong in this team. I'll be honest. I feel like Wukong should go in the team somewhere. Wukong is so good because Wukong gives you the block debuffs, but also gives you the buff strips. So you actually have both from the same champion, and then he gives you good damage, right? So he like does a nuker roll while providing utility, and there aren't as many champions that do that. You think Ugo for Artak, and then we lose all the HP burns and the decrease attack. Actually, we have a decrease attack from Newt. Newt has a decrease attack on his weaken. So that would give us a decreased defense and a mini cleanse and more sustain, right? But I don't think that this team needs any more survivability. I think this team's going to be very difficult to kill. You've got all defensive and HP based champions except for Shamail, who like is not going to die, right? We've got enough defenses here, and we have a reviver, right? Senna's a reviver. Did I misremember that? I mean, fight with me. Tell me I'm wrong. That's fine. Yeah, she's an AoE reviver, so. Do we currently not have a block buffs or buff strip champion? Because that's what I missed. So we might need to make that swap. And so he doesn't remove it. I don't think Senna does. So you're right. We need a. But I don't think I would put Ugo in. I think I would put Wukong in. I would take Artak out and put in Wukong. The only downside here is that Wukong and Newt are the same affinity, right? So here we now have a buff strip plus a block debuffs. Plus he hits hard. And he brings decent damage. He has an ignore defense skill. He's got a 5-star, blessing here. Yeah, we don't have a decreased defense. We have a weaken, but not a decreased defense. Unfortunately, it feels like on the roster, there are two very good drop defense champions, and it's Deacon Armstrong and Ugo. And I think Ugo is not great for this team. But if we brought her in, now Newt is the primary damage dealer. I guess Grisor could do some damage. And then we have to build Shamail for as much damage as possible. So we could do this. Again, we get another 5-star blessing. This is decent. I like this. This gives us also another mini cleanse. It feels a little bit overkill to me, like we're going too support heavy with this team. We can't get away from Mithrala. Mithrala must be included. So the question is, do we need Grisor? Right now, he's the provoke champion. It's like, and if we're going to swap him out, all we're going to do is we're going to bring in Vizix. She gives us the slow. She gives us a little bit. We don't have an AoE slow right now. Right? I don't think we have an AoE slow. And that's actually kind of critical. So maybe we pull Grisor and bring Vizix in. That gives us an AoE slow. We still have the AoE provoke on a 3-turn cooldown. That might be a little bit better. So, yeah, okay. Now you get a lot of turn meter fill here, which means that you're going to get skills off frequently. The one downside of having Ugo instead of Wukong is that you don't have a buff strip. So if you miss your window and the Head of Mischief actually steals a whole ton of buffs. Now, the buffs that you're going to have are increased attack, increased defense, strengthen, shield, increased speed and continuous heals. I think with this, I don't think you have an increased accuracy with this team, right? So there are a lot of buffs to steal. There's no block damage buff, which is good, and the worst one to actually have stolen would probably be the strengthen or the increased speed. Like those two are bad. So if they steal like a shield or whatever, it's like, oh, whatever. You know, like it's annoying, but you can burn through it. So that's a good point, Live Wild. If it doesn't have a mischief tank, you might have trouble running Newt's A2 for decrease attack. I don't think so, because there's no block debuffs buff. So you'll still be able to land your debuffs. And there's no increased resistance buff. I don't think. Senna, right, she brings increased speed and continuous heals, and that's it. Ugo only brings debuffs. You know, I do feel like with the right gear in Nightmare, this could probably do your 150 million damage. Like the question is, you know, Newt, like, is he enough with Shamil to get it done? Because if Newt gets eaten, Shamil has to be the one to free him, because there's not enough damage from the rest of the team. So it is questionable in that regard, right? Like if Shamil's not going fast enough and not hitting hard enough, Newt gets eaten, the run ends. Like that's it, because nobody else is going to clear that, you know, especially once the counter gets down to like 3 turns, right? Like when it's 5 turns, yeah, you'll be able to clear it and get him back. But when it's 3 turns or 2 turns, like Shamil needs to basically one-shot whatever boss it is, right? He has to have his A2 up, and he has to basically one-shot any boss enough of the bar to free Newt. And I don't know that that's reasonable. You know, he is a +1, so you get a little bit of bonus there. You have to throw some extra stats on him. He's got a 3-star blessing. Maybe put him in Phantom Touch. You know, maybe he could do it, but you're not getting enough from anybody else. Whereas if you did this, now it's not all on Shamil. Now Wukong is going to bring that ignored defense A2, right? He's going to have that buff strip in addition to the block debuffs. What do you lose here is the decreased defense. You know, so it's like, yes, you're going to do less damage with every hit from everybody else, but is Wukong making up enough of that damage gap to make it worth it? You know, and I don't know. I mean, that's just where we don't know, you know, so we don't have a really great AoE decreased defense option. Right, if we go here, this is an A1, this is an A1, this is an A1. So none of these are AoE. This is an A1. None of these are AoE. This is an AoE decreased defense. 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 This is an AoE decreased defense and buff strip. This would be really good, actually. She could be good, but again, Wukong brings more damage and does the same job. And this is an AoE decreased defense, and you're not going to bring him in. I don't know about this guy. I've never. Yeah, so that's an AoE decreased defense. You know, but it feels like it's got to be either Ugo or Deacon. So that makes Ugo the better option. You know, so it's like we either run with the decreased defense and Ugo, or we run without the decreased defense and Wukong. And again, so this is where the experimentation comes in. I think you got to take it in and mess around with it, right? And right now, Senna's not built, but you know, you could try it with Arbeus in the lead instead and see how it works and see if the theory comes together. And then you could start to build Senna, you know, in the direction. One of the nice things about this team is that you have a lot of Void Affinity champions. You don't get strong hits, but strong hits are kind of a myth anyway. You don't get a lot of strong hits. because you're generally building people for damage, right? Like crit damage. So like strong hits are something that happen for your support. So, you know, it does actually happen for like Mithrala and physics and stuff. But like Shamail's going to have 100% crit rate anyway. So there's no such thing as a strong hit. You only get a crit or a normal hit, which is all going to be crits. So you're not going to weak hit, you know. So like this is there's some benefit to that. You're going to land your debuffs. You're only going to be 3%. You're not going to get weak hit resisted. Your other option is to go research one of those super teams. You know, so do you have Yannicka? You don't have Yannicka, but Yannicka is a free champion. And you have Wixwell, and Wixwell is the key to the Yannicka team, right? So, I mean, there's probably a combo where you don't have to run Wixwell, but if you don't know this, like I know the theory behind this team, I've never built one, and I'm sure I could, but I just haven't gotten around to it. Like I said, I don't love Hydra, but I also just don't have time for Hydra. I like Hydra. I don't dislike it, but it's not my favorite content. You know, so it's not like I'm spending 6 hours a day theory crafting Hydra teams. But the thing about Yannicka, so this is the cool part of this like community and how they theory craft these and come up with these ideas that are really cool. And people are like, oh wow, this is broken. This is like an unintended consequence. I'm like, I don't care. It's a cool combo. It's a cool synergy, right? So what happens is okay, here it is. This A3 is an AoE that ignores shield buffs, right? So the enemy has a shield buff, and that doesn't increase their survivability at all. Removes shield buffs from targets if this champion is under a Veil or Perfect Veil. She will be. Then deals extra damage equal to 15% of the value of the removed shield buffs. So she strips a shield, and then she does 15, like whatever size that shield was, she does 15% of that shield as extra damage. Now you think about Wixwell. Wixwell grows shields, increases the value of all shields on all allies, and extends them. So you build an infinity composition where your team gets a shield, everybody gets a shield, and grows it, and grows it, and grows it. You make a really, really big shield. I mean, for like 100 turns, you grow your shield. You make a massive, massive shield. And then you let the Head of Mischief steal it. Okay, so you have to have a Mischief tank that can't have the shield stolen. And then you change who the target is. And you have to do that through buff manipulation. So like Wixwell can do it, I think, through his intercept stacks. I think that's enough. So basically you change the number of buffs on your champions, and somebody who was the Mischief tank stops being the Mischief tank, and somebody who's not the Mischief tank now gets targeted, and they don't have enough resistance, and the Mischief head steals their shield. We have a massive shield. It's a 1 billion damage shield. A massive shield. The Head of Mischief then spreads that shield to every Hydra head. And then Yannicka comes in and hits those Hydra heads with the massive shield, with the A3, dealing 15% damage of that shield's value. So if they steal a shield that is worth 1 billion HP, you're going to do 150 million damage before multipliers. 150 million extra damage before multipliers to all of those heads. Right? So in one shot, it takes 100 turns to set up, and then in one shot, you do 1 billion damage. You do 150 million damage plus to each head. Right? So you're talking minimum 600 million damage plus whatever. And again, I don't know how big the shield goes. Maybe it doesn't get to 1 billion. Maybe it gets a little bit less. Maybe it's more. I have no idea how big the shield gets. But obviously, the bigger you can grow the shield, the bigger the hit that Yannicka is going to do. And then you repeat it and you try to do it a second time before you hit 1,500 turns, you know, or 3 times if you can. So like there's a There's a balancing act how big the shield goes before you fire off this skill. But the idea is literally to do all of your damage in one massive hit. So you'll get, you know, you do 100 turns, you get 50 million damage, and then all of a sudden you drop a massive 600 million nuke or whatever. And again, maybe I'm making up the numbers, I don't know, but I do know that this team can clear 1 billion damage easily. So go and get yourself the Yannicka. You've got the Wixwell, and you can start to put together that team. I'm not the guy to teach you how to do that. Unfortunately, I don't know how to do it yet. I know the theory behind it because I've watched like a video or two, but I don't actually know the champions that you need to build. I don't know exactly how you switch the Mischief tank. I don't know exactly who needs to be the Mischief tank. Like, but all of that is out there. Go watch Nubrates, right? Like that dude's got it covered, or Bronco, or Tyraku. Like those are the guys that I watch for Hydra content. Those are the guys that are always theory crafting cool Hydra teams. So, you know, check that out. But Yannicka is, where is Yannicka? Is Yannicka in the, I forget if she's the arena bazaar. She's not. She's in the clan. She's in the clan shop. Where's Yannicka? She's in the clan shop, right? Did you get your Yannicka and feed her or something like that? No, you didn't. You never had a Yannicka. It's dark, so you've never seen a Yannicka. Okay, so you can get your Yannicka. No, he can't have fed her because this is dark. So he's never had a Yannicka. So you just need to go get your Yannicka. And it may be that like you bought the fragments for you, Carl. No, that's weird. Why would it not show up? Oh, yeah, maybe it's in the portal. Maybe he has all the fragments. Good call. There it is. You're right. Good diagnosis. I was confused. I'm like, why is she not there? So, you know, if you're really looking for like 1 billion points, this is one of those teams that can get you 1 billion points. You have the Wixwell. You have access to the Yannicka here. By the way, please fuse your Estrid. Like during the next CVC, get your Estrid, build her up. She's phenomenal and she's awesome for a lot of places, and you can use her in Hydra. This is a champion that has an AoE decrease speed, an AoE weaken, and an increased speed and increased attack. So she gives you a lot. Plus she gives you some heals and sustains. So even if you can't use her in Nightmare, this is going to give you a second Hydra team. You've got now Vizix for that AoE slow and Estrid for that AoE slow, right? She's also got you that AoE weaken. So it's like you can not have to like worry about bringing in your second newt or something. You still could. But she's absolutely phenomenal. She's going to help you in a ton of places. So I would definitely, I'd get your Yannicka and your Estrid, and then start messing around with maybe that Yannicka team. If you really want 1 billion points, you know, think about that. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help to you today. Yeah, so you know, again, I like the idea of Hydra. It's not bad to like theory craft some ideas. Sometimes your roster just isn't as robust as you think it is. Like you can crush everything, but you don't quite have the right combo for Hydra. And it feels like you have one very good Hydra team in your roster somewhere, but it might not be 1 billion point, you know, Nightmare team. It's just not that. Doesn't mean you couldn't get a couple 100 million. So I think you could definitely do that. Hydra ain't that hard. BM, I don't know, dude. Hydra's not easy. It's complicated. But okay, so let's see. Can you suggest to me overall coaching to progress from here after Hydra then? Sure, we can take a look at that. So it looks like you're in good shape in Arena. I would definitely focus on Arena and building this Great Hall because your account is more advanced than your Great Hall. I guess I would say it that way. Like you're in Gold 5, probably easily, you got 100% win rate, 55 tries here. So like you're crushing gold 5. But like I would expect to see most of these at like level 7. You know, like that's where I would expect after 2 years of playing. You know, most of these at like level 6 or 7. So it feels like maybe you ignored arena for a little while and then you started getting into it, and like you're doing okay. I don't want to like come down too hard on you. I don't want you to feel bad about it. I would just say like this needs to be a focus. Try to get at least your 39 attacks in every day. You know, try to max that out. And get these Great Hall bonuses going, because the stats for endgame just keep climbing, right? And so the more stats that you can pile on here. Also, don't ignore Live Arena. I think Live Arena is really great. You know, I see you're pouring some points into Hydra, so certainly that's fine. But you could also pour points into any area where you need help. You know, so whether that's Sand Devil's Necropolis or Shogun's Grove or Iron Twins or whatever, you know, you can do that. As far as champions are concerned, I think Astrid's going to help out your overall roster a lot, because, and I do think Senna could help out your overall roster a lot, because one of the things that I think you're kind of lacking here is a real consistent and versatile like go bot. You know, like Arbaeus is good. I do think you want to finish building out your Deacon. I think he'll be very nice for you. And then I think Estrid's, you know, another champion. She's also going to help you in PvP. She's really nice to pair with either Deacon or Arbiter. I mean, you've done well. Like I like your roster. The champions you've chosen to build are all good. You do have a pretty good, I think you have a very good team for Fire Knight hard mode that I don't know if you've explored that yet. Let's go ahead and look at that. So this would be something that you could explore. And I think that this is, so this would be something more along the lines of you want an ally attacker. Let's see if we have an ally attacker. I think I saw Ferric in the Fat. And Lanathril, yeah. So I would probably use Podrick. I would say I'd put him in the lead because speed is going to be so important. You're going to just need the accuracy on the champions. And then what I would probably do is get Neldor in here. Yeah, I don't know. I would mess around with this last spot. You could certainly do something like this. It doesn't help Newt to have increased attack, though, so it's like, but it's a nice turn meter fill, and if he's fast, then it would be worthwhile. You could try Ninja. Ninja has an A2 that has a triple hit, plus he's got a decreased defense on his A1, plus he just does good damage. You could certainly try this. She's got a lot of multi-hits, so that's going to help break the shield. You know, you got it 4 hits on an A1 there. You know, it kind of depends. But so here's the thing, like Podrick is bringing a lot here because he's bringing not only that speed aura, which is pretty substantial for dungeons, 25% is really nice. He's bringing that ally attack. So all allies will attack a single enemy, right? So he only has a single hit on his A1. but it does have a chance of reducing the cooldown of random allies' active skill. So that could potentially cool down like Newt's nuke or something. So you get 3 hits from Newt, 3 hits from Newt, 4 hits from Coldheart, 3 hits from Neldor, and 1 hit from Podrick. So that's going to be, what, 6, 10, 13. That's 14 hits on the ally attack. The downside of it is that's all you've got. Like if he's the only one going faster than the boss, then it's not enough. Right? Then you need some turn meter fill or an increased speed or something. And that's potentially where Estrid comes in. You could try it with Deacon. Like he's giving you turn meter fill, decreased defense, and a double hitter on his A1. And that might be enough. And then once the shield is down, the boss might never go. Right? Because with 2 Newts and a Neldor, you've got more than enough freezes to just prevent the boss from ever going. And then as soon as you want to land a weaken, you want to land a decreased defense. If you have a decreased defense, if you don't have a decreased defense, just land that weaken and then let both Newts use their A3. You might be able to one-shot that boss. Like you might break the shield, do 1 cycle of debuff and turn meter control, and then just nuke and be done. Like that might be it. If you had a decreased defense and a weaken, I would say that would actually probably be enough. Which, unfortunately, based on what we're looking at, I think that would have to be the Deacon. So now you're giving away hits to break the shield on the turn meter fill, but depending on the speed tune, you might be able to do that really nicely. And he could actually land his decreased defense. The first Newt could land the weaken. The second Newt could nuke. And then if you came back around, if you had enough speed to come back around, you might one-shot that boss. But I mean, not one-shot it, but the boss wouldn't get a turn. The only difficulty here might be waves. Neldor helps with the waves, has an AoE slow. And some freezes. And Deacon helps with the waves with the turn meter reduction and the decreased defense. What does Podrick bring us there on that? Turn meter fill and increased speed. So I do think this is an area where you have the roster currently, depending on how people are built. And again, now we're seeing overlap between this Fire Knight team and the Hydra team. So you might want to think about like builds that work for both locations when you rebuild champions. So I do think like you have the roster to push this a bit. By the way, don't think like I'm not like sitting on my high horse. I don't have stage 10 done. I'm up to stage 8 here on hard mode Fire Knight. And I also have the roster. I also have the roster that can get it done, but it does take some time and investment and tweaking. So it's a bit of work to get Fire Knight done. Sand Devils, you want to max that out. If you have Godseeker, which I think I think you have a Godseeker, you could devote Ninja to that. So you could do a Godseeker Ninja duo. You build Ninja in an Affinity Breaker set, and that's a really nice duo. So I would think about that. This is really important. This is an extremely important dungeon. Being able to ascend your artifacts can give you so much additional power, especially on your most powerful champions. And you need to get to stage 25 to get the Chaos Dust. And this Chaos Dust is really valuable as well. So I think that this needs to be a focus for you. So I think dungeon focus, like Hydra's great, and you want to focus on Hydra for Hydra Clash and stuff. But I think getting to stage 10 hard modes of all of the dungeons, looks like you're there for Spider and Dragon, which are the two that people generally focus on first. But I think getting these done and getting Sand Devils to 25, that's important. Now, Phantom Shogun, yeah, you're basically at 20, you're at 24 right now. Phantom Shogun's actually easier than Sand Devils by quite a bit, and so I think you should be able to do Shogun's 25. And then how's your Iron Twins? Your Iron Twins on farm. Oh. Yeah. Don't even need to devote ninja. I have my ninja in regular gear. Yeah, it depends on how fast you want to farm it, right? And it depends if you want to use your ninja in a lot of other places or not. Like, I've gotten to the point with my account where I could just devote ninja to this, and that would probably be the best use for my ninja. I really don't need him in other locations. Like, I still use him because he's good, but I don't need him in a particular gear in most of the other locations I use him. So if I built him for this, he would probably still be useful in all the other places. But yeah. So look, you're doing a lot of things really well. You know, you're doing a lot of things really well. I think you've picked good 60s. You've built your strongest champions pretty well, right? Theory wise, you've built them well. There are still some, you know, like I noticed that you haven't glyphed everybody. You don't have everybody at like level 16 gear. You know, there's still some power that you have yet to tap into. You're not too slow. You know, most of your champions are running at pretty reasonable speeds. A few of them are a little bit low, but that's always going to be the case. A few of my champions are a little bit low, you know? So it feels like you've done a really good job with the account. And now it's not so much that there's a place where you have to go. It's where do you want to go next? Because now everything that's left takes work. Nothing just comes free, right? Like, you can't just build a champion well. Now you have to build a champion specifically, and you need to max them out, not just optimized. I mean, you know, as much as you can stack onto a champion to get a job done. So pick a job, pick a thing. I think Sand Devils would be really a reasonable next step. And I think Fire Knight and Ice Golem would be the step after that. You know, so you've got your Hydra, you've got your Sand Devils, now you've got your 2 hard modes. Once you clear those, now you got to go start looking for new challenges. But I think those are probably the areas you should focus on next. Okay, so I think we're going to call it there. I appreciate you, Leo. I like being able to come in here to accounts that are in pretty good shape and, you know, still be able to talk about stuff. It helps me learn. I think it helps the viewers learn. And, you know, I'm sorry if we didn't move the needle as much as maybe you were hoping that your takeover would do, but ultimately, I hope we've put you at least in a little bit more advantageous position than you came in with. And if not, well, it's still fun. It's still fun. One last on what? Sorry, Leo's asking me a question. Tag Arena. You're in Silver 3. You've got the right idea. Yeah, you've got the right idea. I think some of this is a matter of preference. But what I'll say is this. You want to go first team and you have your Arbiter go first team. Great. You know, if you're using Leo, great. Whatever you want to do there, as long as you're kind of building it the right way and it's working for you, fantastic. That's your go first team. The second team you probably want here is your Armand's team. Now, Armand's can be built as a go first team or as a go second team. It kind of depends on your overall thing. What I would say is once you get your Astrid's a really good pairing with Armand's because she gives you that turn meter fill, that increase attack, you know, the decreased turn meter of the enemy, the weaken. She gives you a lot of utility to pair with a go first Armand's team. You can probably keep using Galathier. And then, you have a nuker. You don't need double nukers with an Armand's team. The idea is to never basically let the enemy have a turn. Now, Armand's is a really good counter for UDK, right? And UDK teams that are kind of using a lot of buffs and that are likely to have stone skin. But you have to remember that, like, you need at least one target or two targets to steal turn meter from for him to really be effective. This is a pain in the butt team that you're going up against here. Could you win with a go first team? Sure, but I think Armand's is probably a better option here. You may want to have like a cleanser or a reviver on that Armand's team, or maybe both. So consider that. You do have your 6-star soul Tormund, so don't forget about Tormund. Tormund is a really nice option into a go first team, like an arbiter led team, because he freezes champions when they get turn meter fills and buffs. And so that just allows you to build a team that can not have to win the speed race and still be very safe. One really nice combo that I like for Tormund is UDK and Wukong. This trio is ridiculous. Okay? Because they can't get to Tormund to kill him and remove him. Right? So that means the freeze is always there. And that means they can't use their buffs. But they can't get to Tormund because they have to go through UDK. UDK is just standing in front of everybody. If they will kill Wukong, that's actually totally fine. Wukong just comes back, and his death is like a cleanse. They debuffed Wukong, they killed him, he comes back, he doesn't have any debuffs anymore, and he goes right away. This is all the damage you need. The only thing that I would throw into this would be like a cleanse champion, or a cleanse and block debuffs champion. So, you could put Mithrala here. That would be really, really insane. Like, this would be a very difficult team to beat. It would certainly be slow on offense, but when you go up against like a go first team, it's generally not that slow, because usually Wukong only needs to nuke once, maybe twice. And if the freezes pop, then you actually don't even have to watch that many animations. But if this feels like overkill, you could certainly put in, somebody who has a cleanse or a block debuff, maybe even Arbeus here, if you wanted like a little bit of turn meter fill. I would build Wukong slow here though, so I probably wouldn't go with turn meter fill. You could even do this. I mean, you could do a lot of different things. I'm sorry, you can't see that, can you? Can you see that? Yeah, okay, you can sort of see that. When I said you could do this, okay. So I like this combo. You certainly don't have to put Tormund with UDK and Wukong. I tend to use Wukong with UDK. It's such a nice combo. As long as UDK survives, Wukong keeps coming back. So unless you're going up against a block revive champion like a Mortu Macabre or something, or a Foley, then you don't have to worry. Wukong's just going to keep coming back. You only need that one damage dealer because he's immortal. As long as UDK doesn't die. But don't walk into an Armand's team with this team, because that's the Achilles heel. Armand's counters UDK. Yeah, and so like in this particular, like you could do something like this, go a lot, like go really controlly. You've got the stuns and the turn meter reduction. You've got the AoE freeze. You've got the AoE provoke. You've got all, like, go real controlly with Armands and decide if you want to, try to go first or go second with them. And then you've got your go first team. Everybody needs a good, reliable go first team. And then you've got your UDK in Stone Skin, slow build, annoying, like can't be killed, immortal team. And again, definitely don't forget about your Tormund. Your Tormund is a 6-star soul that is incredibly powerful. Put him in polymorph, and then it's like he's freezing and polymorphing, and he can't be killed because UDK is in front of him. And it's just like, yeah, you're gonna win. You're gonna win all the way up to gold 1, no problem with that team. So I would definitely consider that. Yeah, that's another option. You could put Leo in this spot, right? Because he could get AoE nuked out and then he hits really hard. But I honestly don't think you need him. And if you want to run him as your primary damage dealer for your go first team, that's fine too. But that is a good idea. Like any team that's like built around the idea of just outlasting the enemy team, let the enemy team go first. They're gonna nuke Leo down. That's gonna activate his passive. He's gonna hit harder on his counterattack, or his turn. But I do think the most powerful champ that you probably have that I didn't see you using in terms of PvP is your Torment. He does require accuracy, by the way. Yeah, I mean, you could do something like even like that. You could do that, or this, or this. I mean, you have so many options. There's a reviver. You could do this. That would be stupid. You know, like that'd be so crazy. Like, talk about unkillable. Yeah. So that's what I got. That's what I got for you. You don't use debuffers well. I think everybody has their play style. My play style is definitely focused around high utility, high versatility, effective supports. My belief, like my theory crafting belief, is that supports define your teams. Damage is a one-trick pony, right? And there are specialists in terms of damage. There's the damage dealer that ignores stone skin, like a Georgian. Awesome. There's a damage dealer that, does a special thing, like in terms of creating vulnerability for the enemy, like Wukong does a buff strip, or Allele like turns strengthens into weakens. There's the highly dangerous, like Mortu Macabre specialist, which is like, you unlock his secret skill. He one-shots anybody pretty much, and then he block revives them. So it's like there are different kinds of damage dealers, but generally damage is the easiest thing to find for me. So I'm like, I need to build my team identity based on my supports, and debuffers are incredibly important to that. And anybody who affects the enemy's condition is a debuffer. So a turn meter decrease, it's the same thing as a debuff, right? Like it still requires accuracy. It still can, weak hit. It's still like you have to account for affinity. You have all of that stuff going on, and that's the same as a debuff. It just doesn't have the little icon on a bar. So turn meter decreaser or a buff stripper, like those are also debuffers, and the more of that utility that you can bring, the more vulnerability you can create in the enemy, the better off you're going to be in PvE or PvP. It doesn't really matter. And simultaneously you want to be aware that that's what the enemy team's trying to do to you. So you need to counteract that with cleanses, heals, shields, strengthens, increased defense, revives, turn meter fills, whatever, like anything that creates immunity, for you, whether that's intercept buffs or block debuffs buffs, or, immunity sets or whatever it, happens to be. And so it's just that balancing act. How much of that can you smush into a 4-champion PvP team? It's like, I don't know. So usually you can't smush too much of it, but you do have to try to utilize, your best champions to best effect. And that's not just sticking power with power, right? That's sticking champions that synergize well together. So. Yeah, absolutely, Leo. And let me know how it, how it progresses. I wish you luck on the Hydra. That might be not an immediate, like not an instant improvement, but you might kind of do that as sort of a midterm goal. But I do think you could potentially like pursue that Ninja Godseeker Aniri duo. Like in the next day or two, you could have stage 25 done. That duo is really nice. If you haven't seen my video on it, I don't do a ninja duo, but I talk about a lot of what goes into it. Don't copy my builds because you have to do your own thing. But that'll explain some of the theory of it. I need to do an update to that video because I've learned more since then. So don't take that as gospel. Like use that as one of maybe 3 or 4 videos that you watch to like figure out how to build your Godseeker or Neri duo. But that's such an efficient use of a champion to get you so much value for your account. I definitely think that's the next thing you should do. Yeah, that'd be nice too. 2 newts would be fast. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're going to call that there. And I'm going to reset the wheel. So if you haven't done this before, you want to be a member of my Discord community. In the Discord, you want to scroll down until you see a channel called the Wheel of Takeover. In that Wheel of Takeover channel, there is a message from my editor, whose name is Sun. And what's going to happen is I'm going to reset that message right now. And all you have to do is react to that message. You can't respond to it. You can't type a message in there. You just have to react to that message. And that will enter you into the drawing for the next takeover, which you will do in just a few minutes. In the meantime, I have to quick take a bathroom break, and I don't want to leave you with a blank screen here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into my account. Gotta get rid of all the red dots. Ooh, 4 mystery shards. 4 mystery shards. Yeah. Okay. Is there energy out there? I need more energy. Need more energy. Fighter tournament. All right, we're just gonna run a few spider's dens. So let's go ahead and do 5 of those. Actually, let's do 6 of those. Gems automatically restore it. Okay. So enjoy the show. I will be right back, and then we will spin the wheel. All right, checking out our poll. Do you think the Asgard Divide event is a cool idea? Yes, About Time for Something New is winning at 57%. Yes, I like No Exclusive Champs is in second at 29%. One just shut up to 58%. So we're looking at 87% of people think it's a positive thing. Not really. Asgard is overdone, which is a legitimate thing. If you've been, there's a lot of like Viking stuff. Right? Vikings have become very popular in the last decade, and Norse mythology is everywhere, and we have all sorts of TV shows and movies that cover, these Norse gods. I grew up thinking that they were very cool. Like when I was young, I had a thing for mythology. I still do. Like, and I read all the Greek mythology and all the Norse mythology and mythology from like all sorts of different cultures. And that was really what got me into fantasy in the first place. It started with an interest in mythology and history. And so I love Norse mythology. I actually know a decent amount about it. I'm not like an expert, but I've read enough to be very familiar with all of the gods and the stories and stuff. And I'm personally starting to feel like it's overdone. Like there's a lot. There's a lot, and it's like, but I get it. It's like there's an appeal to it. Plus it's a known quantity. It's like you're going to a well-regarded IP, like you're doing Lord of the Rings, but you don't have to pay anybody because it's just Norse mythology. So, no, all events are stupid. 4% of people said that because they want to troll us. But I like leaving a troll option up there for Suns people, because I know that you exist out there. You're probably doing some deep dwarf squats as we speak. Let's just sell this stuff, get ourselves some silver. There's Alex. Deep dwarf squats. You people are weird. I say that with utmost affection. Hey, QQ's in the house. Good to see you. Booty Hunters will be the greatest clan ever. Well, good luck. Good luck. We are adding, I should mention that. We are adding a clan. Q is running a clan that he inherited from a content creator in a different game. So there was a Star Trek content creator who came over to Raid and tried it with a promotion for a little while. Created a clan. A bunch of his viewers came and joined Raid with him, and then he decided he was done, and he left because he's a content creator and he's on for a different game, so he's busy. And Q inherited that clan. And unfortunately, when you inherit a clan, a lot of times those clans are in disarray. They're not always in great shape. And so Q is going to bring that clan into the Cole Red Plays clan cluster. We're going to do a bit of a house cleaning. So people who aren't that active or who aren't interested in being part of our cluster or who aren't interested in playing the game as actively as we'd like them to, we're going to move them on to greener pastures. And that's going to open some spots for new cluster joiners, people who want to join the Cole Red Plays clan cluster. It's not a new account like clan. So it's not like brand new accounts. But if you're an active player and you're a new player, it certainly could be a good place to grow. I think currently, the expectation is that you're doing probably brutal clan boss. Is that what we were saying? You want to be clearing brutal clan boss? So, not for advanced accounts. It's more for like early mid game accounts, I would say is kind of the meat of the expectation. So if you are interested in that, you can come over to the Discord. You're a member of the Discord now if you're trying out for a takeover. So just go over there and you can check out the clan applications, and it'll show you all the clans that we have in the cluster that are available and how many spots we have and what you need to do to apply for each clan. They're all bad guys. Norse mythology is cool, and there's a lot of depth to it, which is fun. But it's also, one of the things about Norse mythology is that the the culture was an oral tradition, right? Like the passing on of that mythology was an oral tradition. And so it didn't get written down until I want to say like maybe like the 8th century or 10th century or something. It didn't get, maybe even later. Maybe it was a lot later. It was like 13th century. It didn't get written down for a long time. And so there's sort of one seminal source that we use, and the translation isn't complete. Like the text isn't complete. And then there's some other works. And then there's, of course, the continued oral tradition that happened. So there's also some variations in it. And so there's a lot of complexity and depth to it. But it's in some ways, it's more depressing than Greek mythology, right? Greek mythology, the gods are all super selfish and mankind is their plaything. In Norse mythology, the gods are all super selfish and destructive. Like there's so much more hell bent on like killing and revenge, all that stuff. Okay. Let's roll. We've got the reactions. I'm going to go ahead and spin the wheel. Whoops. Let's see if this works. Wheel of Names is thinking. It's thinking. It's thinking. Evil Leo. Are you kidding me? We had Leo and now we have evil Leo. It's not the same person, is it? I don't think it's the same person. I just think it's a coincidence. Lucas says, yo, not sure if that's a known problem, but when I go to join your Discord, it asks me questions about where I am in the game, and then Discord crashes. I have not heard that before. I've not heard that before. Have you tried restarting? Like, at least restarting Discord or maybe restarting your computer and trying again? Because I haven't heard that one before. Not that it couldn't be an issue with our Discord, but if you're the only one saying it, it's more likely that it's you than us. Could be us, though. No Man says, ask me questions, no crash. So, yeah, it could be some kind of conflict, maybe with, you know, a plugin that you have, like an ad blocker, or maybe a virus software or something. Or it could be an issue with your browser. I would be surprised if it were your browser, because I don't know. Are you using Discord through the app or are you using it through the browser? Evil Leo, you got to speak up, buddy. I have sent you a message congratulating you on your win. So please respond so we can get this party started, because I started late and we're going late, but I don't want to just drag it out for screw him, run another. No, I give 5 minutes. That's my rule. So we're closing in on minute 3 here. It's been 2 minutes. He's got 3 more minutes. Who am I using for Lizardman Crypt? That's a good question. I don't know. So this is who I'm using. Although I think I typically run either Delaja or Broodlord. So I typically run. I think I typically run this team or I run this team. I forget which one. And then when I need to do the rare, I throw in Muckstalker or whatever his name is. So that's who I use. I cleared this without Necmo, by the way, or Pythion. I didn't have either of those champions when I cleared it. So I think the first clear that I ever did looked like, I think it was this, and this. I don't think I had Delaja yet. I think this was my first clear. And you can see I had 350s and 260s. So I'm pretty sure that was my first clear. And then I got Pythion and I put him in and it made life a lot easier. In fact, I probably think I just did this. And then I got Delaja, so I just did that. And this was what I was running for a while. And then I got Necmo and I think I did this. So I think this is what I run currently. Evil Leo, are you there? Evil Leo. Delasha's not that new anymore. She's probably a year old. All right. Evil Leo responded. He's here. So yeah, and let's see. Let's look at my Bannerlord. Bannerlord was one of the first ones I cleared. Oh, I don't have any more. I must have already done Bannerlords. Let's see, do I have any more? Already got. Okay. Let's look at Bannerlords. Who did I use for Bannerlords? So Bannerlords was one of the very first ones I cleared. I do not think I had a single legendary. In fact, no, that's not true. I had Killian, but I had him at 5 stars. I didn't have any other legendaries at the time. So I had Killian. I had Ursula. I had Helmet. And I honestly, I'm struggling to remember who else I had. I don't think I had a rare. I didn't have an uncommon. I think I used Arndulf. And he's not bad. He's got an AoE weaken with this chance of fear, and then he's also got a provoke on his A1 with some reflect damage and counterattack, and he's relatively tanky. Like, he's decently tanky. I'm pretty sure I used him. And I wonder if I used Lady Annabelle. I feel like I cleared it before I got Lady Annabelle, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I built Lady, because I use her as a Bommel solution. So it might have been Archmage, Arndulf, Annabelle, Ursula, and Killian. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. I might have used Cythalia was my second legendary in this faction, so maybe it was Killian and Cythalia, but I don't think so. I think I cleared it before I got Cythalia. But yeah. Yeah, I don't have them in a setup. I don't put any of my faction crypt teams into the AI. Okay, Leo is leaving and is handing back the role. Sorry, Leo, evil Leo. we had regular Leo and then we had evil Leo. Now we're gonna roll it again, and the new winner is gonna be like virtuous Leo or something. It's gonna be crazy. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I am going to reset the reactions. I apologize, but that's just some people have left. They saw evil Leo win and they just left. You know that happens, right? So we're going to go ahead and reset the reactions. So make sure that you react to Sun's message. My editor, whose name is Sun, has left a message for you. You need to react to it. And then, yeah, if you're not familiar with Sun, because if you've been a long-time viewer of the channel, you know Sun very well. Because of the Noob versus Pro series and just he's always about. But he got a new job a few months ago, and his hours have changed, and so he's less frequently available for our Takeover Tuesday live stream. But he is, in fact, one who pops up every now and again. Huh? I don't know why I do that. He's a very helpful guy in kind of a scary way. Yeah, so he's a troll. He lives under a bridge who says he lives under the staircase in the cupboard that I put him in, but I don't. The man is living the life right now. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. Don't fall for his shtick. He's a young single guy living in a nice apartment with his dog, playing Raid, living life. Yeah, we do miss Sun. I miss Sun. I miss everybody. I miss everybody. I miss all my friends. Being a father is fantastic. I love being a dad. It's like so cool. I knew it would be cool. I always thought it would be cool, and it is. It's absolutely cool. It's hard. Like, I'm not going to say like parenting is just all good things. Like there are challenges to it. There's struggles with it. You know, there's fears that you never had before. There's all that stuff. But I really enjoy being a dad, and I love hanging out with my boy. He's like my favorite person, other than my wife. You know, he's my favorite person. But you know, it takes so much time and effort and focus to be a good parent that you don't get to hang out with your friends as much. I don't get to talk to you as much. I don't get to do videos as much or live stream as much. And you know, I miss adults. I miss adults. I hung out with a friend last night in Discord for like an hour, and we just had a conversation, like an adult conversation that had nothing to do with kids. Like we talked about the kid for like 5-10 minutes, and then we just had a conversation about politics and gaming, movies, you know, like what was going on in their life. And it was the first time I'd done that in like weeks, and I was like, oh, I used to do this all the time. So I miss that. All right, so we have given everybody enough time here. I'm going to go ahead and spin the wheel. Do it. Spinning the wheel. There's Sun. There he is. Young? I thought he was 30 plus. He is in his 30s. That's young. I mean, I'm almost 50. He told you all about the refrigerator box I keep him in. It's not a refrigerator box. It's a mini fridge box. And he shouldn't have come out of there to talk to you at all. So I'm going to have to stick him back in there. Could I please quickly show you my Venom Mage? Sure. Venom Mage is okay. My Venom Mage has had gear stolen multiple times in recent months. My Venom Mage was originally in Regen and Immortal, and now is in Perception and Immortal. So this is not like a fantastic build, but I rebuilt this champion for Amius, for Cintranos. So now I don't use Venom Mage really anywhere except faction crypts and for Amius. And you can see the stats here. I wouldn't mind a little more defense. This is a little bit weak on defense, but who's the winner? Galador? Scalador 96. Congrats to Scalador. Please, I respond to my DM. I have DM'd you. And send me your login information and we will get this party started, right? I'm also almost 50, but I consider 30 plus a proper grown-up. Young is someone who can still do silly things and expect to be forgiven based on age. Okay. I use that word differently when I say young man. You know, because I think of young not just as age, but as, you know, like attitude, position, life state, right? He's single, doesn't have kids, not married. Still in his, not like 39, you know, still in his, the first half of 30s, I think. You know, living the life. And to some extent, this may be morbid, but I think anybody is young if like their obituary came out and everybody would be like, oh, he died so young. You know, so like a 41-year-old who dies of a heart attack, like that's dying young, you know, like so 40, you can be 40 and be a young, I think. You still have more hair than I do? That's not anything to be proud of. QQ, you should get rid of that stuff. Just shave it off. Get rid of it. You don't want more hair than I have. Anthony says, you're very young. I'm 63. See, it's all relative. It's all relative. I'm 49. I feel young. I feel young. I feel like I'm a young 49. But I also just feel, you know, fit and powerful and healthy and energized and want to do things in the world. I don't feel like I'm slowing down. I am slowing down physically, like a little bit, because I'm not in great shape right now. Because I'm tired and I'm not sleeping. And I need to, you know, focus on the baby so much. But I would say in general, like, I feel like I still attack life a little bit. I still have some verve. All right, we got the information from Scalador. Well, now I'm thinking Skeletor for some reason. At first, I was thinking like a Lord of the Rings character named Scalador. I was like, that sounds like or it actually sounds more like a World of Warcraft name, Scalador. Like Lord Scalador of the far reaches, right? But now I'm thinking Skeletor, and that's making me think. What am I trying to do here? I'm all sorts of distracted. Masters of the... I made a Thundercats joke to my wife yesterday. You know, Thundercats, ho. And she's like, what is that? What is it? Is that a thing? I'm like, really? Really? I'm not that much older than you. Tell me you know what Thundercats is. She's like, I have no idea. That password is not working. Yeah, the password does not work. Been 362 days, I believe, since Noob versus Pro. Yeah, probably. We started it in August of last year. Thank you, Angelica. I appreciate it. One of the possible new requirements you're considering for entry into your guild is that you must be bald. I like that. That should be a thing. You'll have to rename it. You have a similar center parting as well. Thundercats. Oh. Some people know. When is Noob versus Pro 2? We've talked about it. We've started to talk about it a little bit. I don't know. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do a Noob versus Pro 2 in the sense that we're not going to like do the exact same thing we did. We're not going to both roll new accounts and he's the noob and I'm the pro, because he's been playing a year now. At this point, he's a veteran player. Okay, I will try that password. Oh, also, let me get you your role so you can join me in the voice channel. There you go, Scalador. So you can now join me in the coaching voice. And we will fire up your account. Bald is bootyful. I love it. I love it. That's awesome. Yeah, that was quick, man. I like it. 20,000 energy. Holy cow. Scalador 96. So here's this question, Scalador 96. Are you 28 years old? Is that what's going on? Or did you like graduate high school in 96 and then you're closer to my age? All right, so we are on account level 82. We are all the way through all of the champions in the daily login reward. So again, somewhere around 2 years plus. This is a thing, like I do a mental calculation for, and this is with no judgment, absolutely no judgment. I don't want to imply that, but I always do a mental calculation in terms of the activity level of the player in addition to the levels of the account, right? So if I see somebody who is level 82, but they are at this daily login state, I think a couple of things. One is either they were inactive for a while and just like logging in for the daily rewards, but not actually playing the game, so they weren't leveling up, or they are more casual, right? Like they play, but they don't like do all of the dailies every day. They don't do clown, they're not like pushing everything really hard. So you can let me know like what kind of player are you? Did you take kind of like a break where you were just logging in for a while, or are you like maybe on the more casual side? Yeah, so for the first 2 years of the game, you only hopped on for like 10 minutes a day. That's what I'm saying. So, and the reason I do this calculation is because this tells me something about like not only the mentality of the player, but the state of the account. Right? So chances are like gear for an account like this might be more of an issue than say champion. Like why? Well, because you've gotten like free login champions. You've gotten all the reward champions, right? You got Wukong and you got Artak and you got all of those champions over the last 2 years, but you haven't been farming, right? So that means that your champions are probably like you maybe have a bunch of champions who aren't booked because you haven't been getting all those Lego tomes from Clan Boss and stuff like that. So again, no judgment there, but it just helps me to recognize what might be a bottleneck on the account. So the flip side of this would be sometimes you'll see an account that'll be like, you'll go here and to the daily logins and it'll be like on the Sill of the Drakes or it'll be on Vizix or something, but it'll be level 100 and it'll have like 50 6-star champions. And you're like, well, this is a spender. This is somebody who's advanced their account through buying stuff. And so the bottleneck there would be different, right? It still might be gear, by the way. So it could be the same bottleneck, but for a different reason, Yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead and look at the roster. And we have 42 6-star champions, which is actually pretty respectable, I gotta say. You do have your Arbiter. You got Pythion and Nishak and Newt and Ugo. So Ugo, Pythion, and Nishak were fusions. I don't know if they were all back-to-back fusions, but they were probably 3 fusions within 6 months of each other. And they were all very good fusions. So at some point, you were playing fairly actively. You do have your Lady Mikage. You've got a Roshguard the Tower there. You've got Foley. That's a champion that I miss. I have him on other accounts. I don't have him on my main account. I do miss my Foley. You've got Mishinaki. You've got Theodore. You've got some really nice champions here. Got some really nice champions here. Go ahead and take a look at the 5-star champion. Yeah, some other really nice champions that you could potentially build and get some value out of. All right, so what kind of help are you looking for here, Scalador? Anything in specific you want some help with? Oh, hey, look, you got Elatrion. Good for you. Congrats. 5-star soul on your Stagnite. 3-star soul on your Seer. Love it when you get her to 4 stars. Mine's at 3 stars as well. Arena offense or Ultra Nightmare clan boss? Okay. Well, they're both very important. They're the 2 most important things in the game. Arena offense and like classic arena and Ultra Nightmare clan boss. So because it's it can be a little bit quicker. Let's go ahead and look at your arena, and then we'll take a look at the Ultra Nightmare clan boss if we have time. Okay, so you are in Gold 5. Yeah, now this is exactly what I was talking about. You have that combo, right? You have the Wukong with the UDK, with the Tormund, which means go first teams just don't touch you, right? You've got that Pythion, which by the way is the same. This is the same quartet I run, and I run this in like live arena, and I run this in other places. Well, this is really powerful quartet because you have Pythion, who's got the cleanse and block debuffs and the AoE revive and the heal, and so you're just keeping the tanks alive and cleansed. And that allows Wukong to just come back and do his work over and over and over again. This is an awesome team. I don't really have there's nothing wrong with this team. This team is a beautiful team. There is like a consideration here, which is this is not a quick farming team. Like you're not going to win fights in 9 seconds. You know what I mean? And it's nice to have a go first team that can do that. So what I would say is, we want to just make sure that you also have a go first team. So here's your go second. You go second with your Wukong. That's your main. That's beautiful. So let's talk about a go first team. Now, go first team, you actually have 2 champions that you could use. Obviously, you have Arbiter, and then you have Su Zhen. You have this champion. And those are both absolutely fantastic champions to lead with. You can use them together, although there's a bit of, overlap here in that, they both have the same speed aura. They both have Terminator fill. So this fills the Terminator of allies by 20%, places increased speed. So this is nice. With the decreased speed and all that. So this is a nice combo. You also have the option of going, like if you're manualing, of choosing whether you want to use the A3 or the A2. And this would basically activate an instant turn effect and allow you to jump to the head of the line, which means for your nuker, you could potentially build them extremely slow, right? You could just build them with like 140 speed or whatever and just ton of damage stats and let Su Zhen activate them with this instant turn. And since, it's also a crit rate buff and an increased crit damage buff. You could build them with 70% crit rate. So that's incredibly powerful. That could be really, really nice with basically any nuker that you choose to use. The one issue with using it this way is that it leapfrogs somebody else, typically, right? So what you would probably do is have a second nuker, because you're not going to have a drop defense and you're not going to have a weaken unless you build her as your third fastest champion, which would be potentially possible, but you could do something like, let's see. Do we have a decreased defense? Yeah, so like it would be easiest to do probably with somebody like Deacon, although you could do it with like a Mishinaki or somebody or a Stagnate that you wanted to build fast, or Duke the Pierce. But basically what you would do is you would do Arbiter into Deacon Armstrong, into Shu Zhen, into your nuker who's running slow. But it's almost like, why? Like, why do that, right? Like, why do 3 turn meter fillers and then build a nuker slow and do the activation? So what I would say is, for 3v3 arena, you're probably going to want Arbiter as one lead and Shu Zhen as another lead. For classic arena, for your Go First team, it certainly works. Like, you could certainly use it. There's a bit of overlap, but I would probably do something like this into like Foley. And instead of Shu Zhen, what I would probably like is, I love Arbiter Deacon. I think it's the best combo for Go First in the game. It's not the fastest. It's not the most guaranteed to like speed tune easily, because like Lyssandra's a better fit for that because she's got more turn meter fill and more turn meter decrease. But this quad grouping is incredibly powerful, because when you think about it, what you have here is you have your Arbiter who's giving you the speed aura. She gives you a 30% turn meter fill. Hey, all right. The horde grows. Gravitas AT has joined the Barbarians. Welcome. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I appreciate the support. You're awesome. So yeah, go check out the member section in the Discord and have fun, and welcome. All right, back to the team here. So you get the speed aura, and then you get a 30% turn meter fill, which is massive, right? That's the biggest turn meter fill typically that you get in the game. There are a few that are bigger, but that's like the biggest AoE one that you typically get. And then you get the increased attack, so you have the extra damage for your attack-based nukers. Deacon gives you that second turn meter fill. Remember, he also gives you a turn meter decrease against the enemy if he has the accuracy to land it, and he needs the accuracy because he gets the extra turn and lands the decreased defense. So now you have 2 turn meter fills, increased attack, and decreased defense. That gets into Wukong, who then buff strips. So if they have a shield set, or if you just want to do a block, debuffs, buff, you get that out. Plus, he's a half nuker anyway. You could also use his A2 if you need to sheep somebody. Like if you come up against a UDK who has a stone skin on him and you want to have a chance of removing that, you could always throw either skill, his A2 or his A3 at that, and that might work. And then you've got Foley over the top, who is your attack-based nuker, who's going to be hitting super hard and also has a chance of block revive there. So this is just a great Go First team. Very classic setup. There's nothing tricky about it. It just covers all of the bases. Now, you don't have to do this. Like, you don't have to do this. You can mix it up with your Go First team. But I think that this is a great team that likely will probably be equally effective to this other team that you're talking about, but it'll just do the job faster. In order to get this done, however, I would say your Arbiter needs to be 309. Okay, you're close. I would say that's a pretty good speed. For Gold 5, that you're probably going to win the speed race at least 50% of the time, probably 60% of the time. And if you're not sure you're going to win the speed race, you throw in the Tormund team. Right? So this would be the team that like I would take into teams maybe that don't have arbiters. You know, it's like if I wanted to go into All right, so maybe this team. It depends. This team doesn't have a second turn meter fill. I should actually check the speed of Deacon because we're just running him here and he probably is not built. Yeah, okay, so he's too slow. That's not going to work. So let's put Su Zhen back in here because no, she's not built either. Okay, so anyway, we'll have to just leave it as it is, I guess. Yeah, neither one is built. Now, one of the things about this team is for your Deacon, he can be 50. He doesn't have to be 60 as long as you can speed tune him. So you do want to get him to the right speed. And just as a reminder for this, when you're doing this, there is a calculation. It's a very simple calculation. You get a 30% turn meter fill from Arbiter. So you take Arbiter's speed, which I think was 309, and you just divide it by 1.3. The 0.3 is for the 30% turn meter fill that she gives you. This gives you the speed that Deacon must exceed in order to be connected. So he needs to be at least 238 speed, but that's really reasonable even for a 5-star Deacon for where you are. So if you could get him to like 250 speed, beautiful. You can run him at 5 stars. If you ever get him to 6 stars, you'll run him at like 270 speed. That's awesome. But that should be enough, and that should allow you some leeway to get your Arbiter faster. So, you know, if you get a blessing on her, if you get, you know, if you empower her, if you just get better gear, if you get bigger glyphs, you know, and you run her up to 315 or 320 or 330, you know, once you get her to 330, you're like, okay, you can do the same calculation. 330 divided by 1.3, it's 254. So like I said, if you're running Deacon at 260, you know, you give a lot of room for Deacon to grow. We got another one. We got another one, son. They're coming in quickly now. The horde grows. Welcome, Sindragor, to the Barbarians. Thanks for joining. I do appreciate the support. Another member for the channel, which is absolutely fantastic. If you've never become a member of a channel before, by the way, this is just a way you can support a YouTube content creator with a little bit of financial support. It's not very expensive. I think our base subscription is $3.99 a month. I think it is. And you get some, you know, cool little emojis and stuff you can use right here in the chat of any of our YouTube live streams or in our comment sections of our videos. There's also a Discord section. There are a couple of extra perks. I haven't been on top of the perks as much as I would like lately just because of the baby, and I do appreciate all our members' patience with me. But there are some extra perks that we intend to get back around to, and it's just really cool to see. And everybody gets one of those little Colred Plays icons next to your name in chat. And so the colors are based on how many months you've been a member. And that's basically it. So thank you. Thank you. All right. So I like this. I like this, you know, from a theory standpoint. It provides you with basically everything you need. Now, you could certainly bring in an AoE weekend champion. Like, if you didn't have a decreased defense champion or you wanted to add it on top of a decreased defense champion, you could. The buff strip isn't always necessary. And sometimes it's not even enough. Like, if you're coming up against Stone Skin, buff strip is still only 50% likely, even if you have all of the accuracy. So if you want to have a team that you can run into a Stone Skin team, there's another team that you can run, and you have I think, the best champion in the game for it. So what I would do here is I would probably do a very similar team. Why am I'm going blind? Why can't I see? There she is. Couldn't see the Arbiter. But for this, you don't need a decreased defense champion. So this is probably where I would put Shu Zhen because it gives you more options. I would still use Wukong for buff strip because that also gives you more options, but you don't have to. You could put Torment in here, or you could put UDK in here, or you could put somebody else in here, like another reviver. You could even do a double nuke setup, you know, with a block revive. But this is what you want. Bombs ignore Stone Skin. So if you go first into a slow Stone Skin team, you can potentially land bombs on them as long as you have the accuracy. Now, you do have to worry about affinity. Remember that Nishak is force affinity that's weak into spirit affinity. So you're not going to land as a guarantee on the spirit affinity champions. But the reason that he's so good is that he has, so this is his bomb skill, attacks all enemies, has a 100% chance when booked of, I'm sorry, it's this one. Has a 100% chance of placing 2 bomb debuffs on each target for 2 turns. And then it grants an extra turn. So you place 2 bomb debuffs. Then you use this. This has a 100% chance of decreasing the detonation countdown of all bomb debuffs by 1 turn. And so what happens is, if you go first and you can land both of these skills, as soon as the enemy's turn starts, their bombs go off. And 2 bombs from a well-built Nishak is usually enough to nuke out all but the tankiest champion, right? That means you can actually go up against a team that has a cleanser like Pythion, and if you land the buffs on Pythion may die before he gets the chance to cleanse, and he just can't remove the bombs. Now, in order to do that, what I would say is 2 things. One is you need this attack number to be higher. I would say 5k attack is definitely something to shoot for. Remember, you don't need any crit rate or crit damage on bomb champions because bombs aren't affected by that. The direct damage would still be increased, but you don't need it, right? And then the accuracy should be pretty high. I would shoot for a minimum of 400 accuracy, and you'd be better off with like 500 accuracy. So, this is a great way to ignore Stone Skin if you don't have a champion like a direct damage champion who just ignores it, like Georgid, or there are a couple of other champions who ignore Stone Skin. My ignore Stone Skin champion that I have, which is actually pretty awesome, is Mezamel. So I have this champion. This is the first mythical I ever pulled from a shard. I actually didn't even pull her from a shard. I pulled her from a Centranos bonus pull. So I didn't get her from a shard. But she has this ability here, which you can see: ignore Stone Skin, strengthen ally protection, and shield. So if you don't have a champion that has that ignore Stone Skin, and there are only a few of them in the game, bombs is a nice way to get around Stone Skin. And, they can be useful against UDKs. They can be useful, it's an AoE as well, so it's going to land on everybody. So that's a really nice, like, tertiary option. So I think, you have really good options for Arena. You should have absolutely no problem with Arena. But the team that you built, the first team that you built, I love. I think that's an absolutely fantastic team. It's not fast, but it's really well designed, and it's going to have a high win rate, which is nice if you're picking the right enemies. Yeah. Here you've got an 81% win rate. By the way, that's totally respectable. Don't get caught up in your win rate. People, I know content creators who are like, win rate should be really, really high. It doesn't matter what your win weight is. You know what? Your win weight, I think I said. It doesn't matter what your win weight is. Pretty sure I just said that. Your win rate. Your win rate doesn't matter. You know what? The only thing that matters is the number of wins per week. That's it. That's it. I mean, if you win 100 wins a week and you're winning at 50%, right? That's still better than somebody who wins 50 out of 50, right? You're getting twice as many medals for your Great Hall. So this number is a little bit low. The 22 is low at this point because we're already 2 days in. And when I say it's a little bit low, I don't mean like it's, again, not judgment. I'm saying it's low in the sense that, we were talking about your account being, 2 years in and you've got a good team in Arena, right? So it's like you've got the potential to win a lot. Uncle Dan coming through. Dude, I appreciate you, Uncle Dan. Uncle Dan is an excellent supporter of this channel. I always appreciate you coming in with a big tip today. Thank you, Uncle Dan. So what you may find is that Scalador, what you may find is that now that you have like the bones of a go first team, that's going to allow you to just fight more quickly, and that might entice you to get into arena a little bit more frequently and increase that number of wins per day. If you don't know, anybody out there, you get 39 free arena battles per day. You get one per hour, so that's 24. And then you get an additional 15. You get a 5 spot and a 10 spot of free arena tokens every day. So you get a minimum of 39. Plus, there are awards in tournaments and events and, all sorts of other places. So I call it 40 tokens a day. You have a minimum of 40 tokens a day. If you have a win rate of, 81%, you should be winning, 32, 34 a day. And that means, over the course of the week, you're talking about, let's call it 200 wins a week. 200 wins a week in Gold 5 is 1,000 medals. It's 800 medals. 800 medals a week. And so that's going to be some nice advancement here for your areas, your area bonuses. I'm sorry, your affinity bonus. Yeah, give some love to Dan there. I appreciate you, man. Absolutely just being a boss for our channel. Fantastic. Freak Show asks, how should I answer the poll if I like the champs, but I'm pissed about how they set up the new dungeon? Yeah, I don't know. I can't, I can only put so many poll answers up there. So what I would say is, if you're excited for it, then I would say, yes, it's about time there's something new, or yes, I like no exclusive champs. I think both of those are good reasons to like this event, even if the rewards are wonky. I haven't actually looked at the actual distribution yet. I'll look tomorrow when the whole thing launches. And I'll probably do a video on it. Yeah. Okay, so that's good for Arena. Let's go ahead and take a look at your clan boss team. Are you in Ultra Nightmare at all, or are you still in Nightmare only? See, you hear you've got a 31 million Nightmare, which is frustrating, right? Because it's just 39 million for the one chest. So you're close to a 1 key on Nightmare. Okay. So here's the thing. You have Rosh Guard, which is what you need for, like, one of the champions that you need for an unkillable. And you do have Skull Crusher, and you also have Brogni. I don't see Wixwell. I don't know if you had Wixwell. Okay. Let's go ahead and check. Let's check for unkillable champs. So first we'll look for block damage champs. You do have a Warcaster. You have a Maneater. Okay, so you have a Maneater. That's this, right? Yeah. Okay. So the good news is you absolutely have access to an unkillable composition. Rosh Guard and Maneater. I don't think they need anybody else. I think you can run Rosh Guard, Maneater, and 3 other champions. Like any 3 champions. So it could be 3, nukers, 3 DPS. So you have Newt and Ninja. That's a decreased defense, a weaken, and 2 massive damage dealers. we could certainly throw in Mikage for an ally attack. We could throw in Mishinaki for, you know, additional damage, HP burns, ally attacks. We could throw in Geomancer, 50 turns of Geomancer reflecting damage. Geomancer and Ninja don't synergize all that well, actually. It's not awful, but you lose some of Geomancer's effectiveness when you pair him with Ninja. And Ninja can be a little bit tricky to speed tune, but I think it's going to be relatively easy to do this speed tune. You could certainly bring another debuff champion. You could try a counterattack champion like Martyr. The problem with counterattack champion and ally attack champions with Ninja is that Ninja on his A1 has turn meter fill against bosses. So as a result, it's a little bit tricky to use ally attack or to use counterattack with Ninja. You can, but you have to tune really well. Yeah, he has Brogni. And, you know, you could try to do an infinity comp around Brogni, but I don't really see the other champions here. So I think it's just easier to go with 3 damage dealers. Now, Theodore is... The problem with him is he's got an increased speed. You have Krisk. You just pulled him. Okay, just a day or two ago, oh, you pulled Krisk. Well, congrats. That's awesome. I'm jealous. He's absolutely phenomenal. And he and Brogni are the 2 key components of a Brogni Infinity team. Now, Brogni Infinity team is much harder to pull off than a Wixwell Infinity team. So, like, if you only had to have one or the other, you'd rather have Wixwell. It requires really, really good gear, and usually you need at least 1 reflex set. Plus, Brogni has to hit really hard, and you need to reach all the speeds and stuff. But it's possible with Krisk. Krisk is the best champion to pair with Brogni to make that team work. I think that's just hard. And I'm not saying it's outside the realm of possibility, but you have what I think is probably a very respectable unkillable team that's probably going to get you a 2-key Ultra Nightmare right out of the box. Like, you're looking at a 2-key Nightmare, and you're going to go from a 2-key Nightmare to a 2-key Ultra Nightmare and 1-key Nightmare almost instantaneously. And I think it's an easier build. So so let's go ahead and look at Deadwood's website. And I'll pull up the speed tune that I'm thinking about. There are actually there might be more than one. Where is it? Here it is. Okay. So let's go to Roshguard. I think this one requires Seeker. Yeah. Do you have a Seeker? You do have a Seeker, and he's 5-star, but he's +2. Okay, so what you could do with this team is you could make, you go Maneater, Seeker, Ninja, Roshguard, and Newt. And my guess would be that would be a 2-key Ultra Nightmare the minute you set it up. You certainly could get a 1-key Ultra Nightmare with this team with very, powerful gear. If you had the right gear, you could probably do it. Now, one of the things to consider about any kind of speed tune, especially if you're going to use like a champion like Newt or a champion like Ninja, is if you speed tune them, you're probably going to be running them slower than you might want them in other content. So I'm going to take a look at your Newt right now. And your Newt right now is running at 233. And you see what you would have to do here is slow him down to 217. So you might not want to do that. And as a result, we might want to look for a speed tune that's a little bit harder to achieve simply because that would allow us to run your strong champions faster. Like this is relatively easy to gear. You know, like you only need one champion at 255 and everybody else is from 179 to 218, which is like cake, right? That's really easy to build. Not like for super new accounts. I'm not talking about that, but I'm like, this is a totally legitimate mid-game build. Like most mid-game players can reach this with, you know, a few weeks of farming and effort. So that's the nice thing about this. But there are probably, let's go back to the Roshguard list. There are probably, I mean, there is this one, which is also, this doesn't even require Man-Eater. But again, slow DPS. Let's see if there's a, this is a fast tower, but this is Skull Crusher. I don't love that either. This is the one, I think. Yeah, so you can see this one runs without Seeker. The Man-Eater's faster, the Roshguard's a little bit faster, and the first DPS is a little bit faster. It's not actually much faster. I thought it was like a 240 DPS, but it's actually 221. So this one might just be easier to reach, and you know, literally you're only getting a 4 speed bonus there for your Newt. Let's see if there are any other options. That's a weird one. It's not any better. Here we go. This might be better. So this one, no, it's the same speeds. This runs a faster DPS, but this isn't Man-Eater anyway. Yeah, so I think since you're not using your Seeker for anything right now, I think this is the build you'd be able to achieve the most quickly, right? This is the warm bat. So it's Man-Eater, Seeker, Roshguard, and then 2 DPS, and one's a little bit faster than the other. Now there might be a ninja build here, there might not, but I want to look back at your roster for a second, and let's just look at your champions and think, you know, can we do this? Let's say without Newt. Let's say we do this with Ninja and then 2 other DPS. Who would we bring as the other DPS? Right? Like who could we bring instead of bringing Newt in so that you can run Newt faster in other locations? I mean, Mishinaki, but I think you have the same problem with Mishinaki, and he's also not booked. The idea is, you know, do you really want to run him slow? And again, I would say probably not. So I like the idea of Geomancer and dedicating Geomancer to this, because Geomancer he does his damage when he's hit. So sometimes his speed doesn't matter, right? Like you just need the speed tune to work, and he can be slow or fast, and it doesn't really matter because it's not like he needs to fire off his skills all that frequently. He just needs to be a target. And you've got Rathalos. And Rathalos and Geomancer are a really nice combo. The only downside being that, you know, into Spirit Affinity, they're going to weak hit a lot. Occult Brawler is an option, yeah. And he is a 6-star Ascended, so that is actually a decent option. He's a Poisoner. And you could certainly put him in Phantom Touch, and then you'd have a 100% chance of Phantom Touch. Plus, he's +3. Yeah, and he's a different affinity. I like that. I like that idea. I think that's a nice idea. So we would do Seeker, Geo, and Occult Brawler. That means we don't have to worry about Speed Tuning Ninja or Newt. You're not going to use Occult Brawler for much else other than Faction Crypts. So I think you can run him at either speed. And Geo, I would probably, if I had to choose, I would try to run him at the faster speed. But it's not critical. And you get the poisons and you get the HP burns. I'm wondering if what we should do is build the 3 DPS team and not worry about Seeker. Like, leave Seeker out of it and try to build the Maneater faster. And that would just depend on our gear. So again, if we look at the website, you know, we have these 2 options, right? So we have this option with the Seeker where Maneater's running at 255. And you can see everybody else's speeds are really reasonable. Or we run it without the Seeker. We get another DPS in there, but you need to run Maneater at 287. And so this is just dependent upon the gear. So let's go ahead and take a look at like Maneater, and we'll try to build them and see if we can get them to that point. See if your gear is even, you know, reasonable for that. And again, you know, you're going to want full masteries on him and all that. But let's just see. We need to get him to 280. His stats don't really matter. You don't need accuracy because you don't need to land any of his debuffs. And his survivability doesn't matter because he's going to be unkillable. But Maneater's a very good champion that you can use in a lot of content, especially against Doom Tower bosses. And he brings that AoE decrease attack. He brings that 100% turn meter steal, which is huge against like Spider. So if we can build him with enough accuracy, so like I would shoot for, if I could get to the 345 accuracy mark, I would try to do that. If I can't, then at least 225 accuracy. And then, you know, I don't, like 100% crit rate would be great. Like bring damage as well. Why not? So it's like, you know, we'll see. I mean, if we can just barely reach the speeds, but we can reach the speeds, that's the most important thing. So let's go ahead and get the fitting room equipped. We want to do substats of speed. I'm going to go ahead and shrink myself here on the, I got to put the website down. Okay. So, do this so you guys can see. All right. So this is what we're doing. And we're looking for speed, more speed. Priority stats, speed, 5. Okay, let's just see what's not taken. By the way, if there are any champions I can't steal from, let me know. Most of your speed gear is actually assigned. Let's try this. Let's see. Is there anything that has speed rate, crit rate, and accuracy? Let's steal that one and steal that one. Let's also go to perception. Avoid your arena people. Yeah. Okay. This is fast, and we may just need the speed on him, and we can always rearrange Ninja later. Let's go ahead and do a boot search and see if we find speed boots in the speed set or in the speed set. Neither. Okay. Ready the accuracy. perception. I'd like to steal these boots from Magnar. But I suppose I could take these boots. I don't have to steal the boots from Magnar. I could steal some other. Well, we'll see. I might have to come back and steal them. And then let's do. We should probably just do crit rate gloves. That would be easy. And speed and substats. Okay, I want to see. I know we're only 5-star, but let's go ahead and see if we have an accuracy banner with speed. We do. Okay, so this is going to be the banner. So we are going to get some additional speed and accuracy out of that. And that puts us, for accuracy, that'd be 78 accuracy. That puts us at 301, which is fine. Plus, we have some accuracy substats to actually glyph out. This is going to max out at 60%, right? That's 21 additional percent, which gets us to 99. So if we get any crit rate rolls, we might be able to get out of some of these and into more speed. Or could we get into crit damage gauntlets? Probably not. Probably not. And it doesn't matter. We want the speed anyway. This is 17 plus 4. So let's go ahead and just roll. Let's see how much. We have 4.9 million. So we're gonna roll these a little bit. We want some speed, maybe accuracy here. We can get this. It would be nice to get a speed roll there. Come on, give me a speed roll. That's really disappointing. Sorry about that. Sometimes I have luck on the rolls, sometimes not so much. We're getting the accuracy we need. But honestly, we need the speed more than accuracy. So that is 222, which is not nearly where we need. Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back and look again. I think the gear is here. I think the gear is here. So let's assume these boots. Oh, by the way, what we should do is maybe let's go ahead and send. Okay, if I need more silver. Let's see, there was this, so this, I think we're keeping that. So let's go ahead and take that off. And this rolled okay, but not great. So let's take that off. This has 9 speed. That's not great. This has 12 speed, which is okay. But let's go ahead and check these for substats of speed, and priority of the stat is speed. And we want the speed set. We could also look at the that's actually pretty nice. We could also look at the divine speed set. All right, so this is the speed you need. This is 261. We have 1, 2, 3 untouched speed glyphs, plus we have a banner, and we need to hit 287 to 288. So we need 26 or 27 more speed. If you get 15 speed out of the banner, if you can get at least a single roll or double roll into the banner, that's going to give you, say, 10 speed there. And then we'll have another glyph. And then from, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, what'll be 4 glyphs, we would need to get 17 speed, which is doable. You have to use some good glyphs, but that is actually doable. And you have 28 4-star glyphs, which is, you need those, and then one or two of these glyphs. So you can get the speed. You have the glyphs, you can get the speed. Another thing that you could do potentially here is look for 6-star speed boots. So if we can find a 6-star, that alleviates some of the pressure here. Let's see if there's a perception 6-star speed boot and perception that you could steal. Remember that we want the 9% crit rate. Actually, we can drop down to 8%, but we need 8% crit rate, which means a roll. Doesn't matter. Trying to think. I mean, we can ascend this to, let's see what happens there. All right. So anyway, I think we'll just go ahead and save this as a preset. This gets you there. I think this gets you there. It's a little bit of a stretch with the glyphs, but I think you should be able to land. And remember, you're going to need this exactly at 287 or 288, right? It has to be exactly there. So that's this. So let's go ahead and look at this team now. So this is the way the team works. You can see it's not a fast tune. You don't get a lot of extra turns. So this is kind of a slow speed tune. I don't mean this the speeds on the champions. I mean the number of turns you take compared to the boss, right? So you're going to get 7 here, 7 here, and 5 here. It's not bad. It's 19 to 3, right? A Demitha team takes 30 turns, like 30 actions. So it's 30 actions to 3. So it's a 10 to 1 ratio. Whereas here, you've got basically a 2 to 1 ratio. So you need to hit hard. But I think potentially with 3 damage dealers, right? With Maneater and Roshguard the tower, and then 3 damage dealers, you're going to be just fine. Now you want to weaken and you want to decrease defense, and then you want everything else. So, we've got to figure out the damage dealers. And I think potentially Ninja, the nice thing about, if we went with that trio, if we went with Ninja, that's your magic damage dealer. He brings decreased. Sorry. So if you go with Ninja, that's your magic damage dealer. He brings an HP burn, obviously the activations. He's got his escalation. He brings a decreased defense. And then your second damage dealer could be Occult Brawler. He's Spirit. He brings poisons. Right? I don't think he brings anything else. He's got some ignore defense, but he brings poisons. And then you've got your Geomancer, who has Force Affinity, brings your Weaken here on the A3, plus your Reflect damage. So you're not piling up on any one affinity. You've got 3 different affinities for damage dealers, and you've got 3 different sources. You've got direct damage, HP burns, Reflect, and poisons, 4 sources of damage. So that's nice. Plus you've got, the Phantom Touch. You've got, I don't know if you got any Brimstone champions here. You've got, Ninja's got a 1-star Brimstone. Now your uptime on the decreased defense probably won't be awesome. But you'll have it up most of the time. The Weaken should be a little bit better. You'll have it up probably 2/3 of the time. He does put it up actually for 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. So it could be up 100% of the time. And then, you know, like even though Ninja and Geo don't synergize perfectly, I think it'll still be plenty of damage. And so what you would need to do is just to decide which champions you're going to run at which speeds. And if we look here, you know, you've got the 3 DPS, one at 221, one at 181, and one at 171. I would probably run a cult brawler as the slowest because you're not using them in a ton of places. Whereas Geo and Ninja, you're probably going to want to use in other places. And then maybe Ninja at the 221 and Geo at the 181. I don't know. One of the things that we have to do here is we have to actually see if Ninja speed tune. So we're going to put him in here and see if we lose the speed tune. And we did. We lost the speed. So let's go ahead and let's get Geo in here. And we'll get a cult brawler in here. Okay. Oh, a cult brawler has an extra turn mechanic. Let me go look at him. If that's the case, we may not be able to use it. I have not looked at a cult brawler in years and years and years. If this champion is under one or more debuffs, so ignore 30 targets. Removes all debuffs from this champion. If this champion is under 5 or more debuffs, grants an extra turn. I think we'll just turn that off. I think we'll try him anyway. I like the 6-star blessing. So let's go ahead and turn off the A2. Okay. Now here's the thing. We need to speed tune Ninja for this, but he might be running too fast because of the turn meter fill. So we might have to just drop his speed, or we might have to switch him to one of the lower speed rolls. He might not be able to run in this spot. So I'm just going to try slowing him down and seeing if it tunes. That's close. Remember, it was a 775 speed tune. So that's what we want to see. We want to see 7 in column A, 7 in column B, and 5 in column C. Yeah, so I don't see it happening. So chances are he can't go in this one. So let's go ahead and try dropping him in. We'll put a cult. Let's put a cult brawler here for a second, and we'll put Ninja down here. See what happens if we put him in the slow spot. And again, we got to turn off a cult brawler's A2. So this goes 7. No, that's 6, right? 6, 6, 5, 6, 6, 5, 6, 6. Okay, so let's slow him down a little bit. See if we get to that 775. So it might not be a speed tune we can use Ninja with. We just might not be able to use Ninja at all, which isn't the worst thing in the world. But let's go ahead and put somebody. Let's just put like, we'll put Kale for a second, and just make sure it's speed tune. Let's okay. Try again. Start from scratch. All right, so now let's try Geo. That stayed tuned. That didn't change. Let's go ahead and put in a cult. Turn off A2. Okay, that didn't change. That still works. And then we could put in a third DPS. So let's go ahead back to your account and just see if we can find a different DPS. We were looking at Rathalos. Rathalos has an increased speed buff. It's always tricky. It's always tricky, right? It can't just be as easy as you'd like to be. Mishinaki is good. And he's actually running at 222. He brings a 100% chance of decreased defense on his A2 on a 3-turn cooldown. The problem being that you haven't booked him yet. Farrakhan the Fat would be nice. He brings a decreased defense, HP burn, some poisons, increased crit rate and crit damage. Fane could be nice. Morag Bronzelock is nice. There are some other champions, but I'm looking at your 60s. And the only 60s that I'm seeing, the only 60 that I'm seeing is Newt. Yeah, Saito's an option. Razin is nice for clan boss, but again, I was trying to look at 60s, right? Because we already have to take Maneater from 50 to 60. Although technically you don't. It's just that you are going to need the speed from the banner, so you have to. I think you have to. All right, let me do this a little bit differently. Let me see the Magic Affinity champions. I mean, there are options. There are options. Cult Brawler and Venomage actually pair really well together because Venomage brings a oh, never mind. What was I thinking? I thought Venomage brought a poison sensitivity, but that's not the case. Frozen Banshee brings a poison sensitivity and additional poisons. She could work with Cult Brawler. Yeah, she has a blessing. He's another 5-star champion. We just did Cal. We know he's booked. You don't mind running him, at any of these speeds. Probably run Geo. And a Cult here. And that gives you 3 different affinities. This will probably still get you the 2-key Ultra Nightmare. Kale's poisons and direct damage aren't bad. You could always upgrade him to Frozen Banshee in the longer run. Or, you could try somebody else that you got a 6-star, right? Like, this is the thing. I just kind of want to start with 6 stars to have a proof of concept, make sure that you can do this. I still think this is a 3-key Ultra. I'm sorry, I still think this is a 2-key Ultra Nightmare, but it might be a 3-key Ultra Nightmare. The question is, how does it look on Nightmare? It does not speed tune on Nightmare. It doesn't look like it. It does. It kind of speed tunes on Nightmare. So let's see what it says. Let me look back at this thing for a second. Good Ultra Nightmare. I want to just make sure that we're doing it. Yeah, so this... So the way this works is Maneater covers 2 turns. Roshguard covers the first column. Maneater covers the second and third column. So nobody can go twice in the third column, right? So Maneater goes last and then covers column 2 and column 3. And it looks like the only issue is that neither Roshguard nor Maneater can take the first stun. So Roshguard is what affinity? He's magic affinity. So you need, against force affinity, you need Kale to take the stun. Because Roshguard will not have a block debuff up. So you do actually need a magic affinity damage dealer. Because if you look at this, right, in the upper right-hand column here where my mouse is, right, you can see that Roshguard is not going to have the block debuffs. That block debuffs is faded. That means that's where it drops off. So if he takes the stun against force affinity, it's going to throw off the speed tune. You're not going to have the block damage up when you need it. So as a result, you have to have a magic affinity DPS, and they need to be ahead of Roshguard in the turn order, in the team order. Likewise, Maneater can't take the stun, but Maneater probably shouldn't ever take the stun because he's always going to be neutral affinity, and if you have 3 affinities of damage dealers, one of them will always be weak affinity, and the weak affinity will take priority and be the stun target. So I think that's how we run it. Are you comfortable using the clan boss calculator? Like, do you feel like you understand how to use this and build the team and like implement all the stuff? Okay. So the things that you need to remember is this field is the build speed. And in the build speed, you have to make sure that you put the sets that you have, like the correct sets. So if you have speed or perception or whatever, you can find this list, this combination of any sets that alter speed. If you're not running any sets that alter speed, then you don't have to worry about this. But if you are, so let's say, your Roshguard is running 1 speed and 1 perception, you put that in. If you're using the Lore of Steel Mastery, you have to turn this on. And this gives you the true speed. Now, the true speed is the speed that they're actually running at, whereas the build speed is the number that you see in the game. Okay? You have to do that with all 5 champions. Now, something that you also have to remember is in game, you have to pick your masteries very carefully. So I'm going to go show you what masteries I would suggest for these champions. Let me just get you over there again. So for Roshguard, you can basically pick any masteries you want, but War Master is always going to boost the damage. You want everybody in War Master. And then what you can't do is you can't change the turn order of skills. So you have to avoid Cycle of Magic. You can't use Cycle of Magic on Roshguard. You also can't change anybody's turn meter. Okay, so no rapid response, no arcane celerity. So if you come down the support tree, you can go accuracy, charged focus, swarm smiter, and lore of steel, or you could do, steadfast. I mean, you can use exalted death. That's fine. You can certainly use the lay on hands. You just have to avoid the turn meter ones and the cooldown reduction ones. Now, that's exactly the same thing for Maneater. So Maneater and Roshguard, no Cycle of Magic, no refresh accessories, nothing that reduces cooldown. You cannot change the cooldowns. The cooldowns have to stay exactly the same the whole time. In addition, you can't change their turn meter. Now, for your damage dealers, you can totally change the cooldowns. You can have cooldown reduction. That is fine as long as none of their skills affect turn meter, which none of them do, right? You can't change their turn meter, right? So you can change, like if they come back around to their big damage hits faster, who cares? That doesn't matter. The reason you can't change Roshguards or Maneaters is because if their cooldowns get changed and the unkillable buff comes up a turn early, that means it's going to come off a turn early. That means there's going to be a gap in the coverage. So you cannot change Roshguards or Maneaters cooldown reduction or turn meter. For the damage dealers, you just can't change their turn meter, but you can change their cooldown reduction. Okay? But everybody's probably going to land into War Master. I don't think anybody here is going to be a Giant Slayer. And so definitely Maneater should be here. Roshguard the Tower should be here. Geomancer should be here. Kale should be here. Like, everybody should be here. Cult Brawler should be there. Yeah. Now, in terms of like the damage output, if you find that it's not quite there, maybe you're close to a 1 key, or maybe you're close to a 2 key, but you're not quite there, you do have the option of building your Newt a little bit slower, slowing him down to 221, putting him in that fast DPS slot, and running him there, and he's going to do a ton of damage. So he's probably going to do more damage than a Cult Brawler or anybody else. Like he would lift the damage, the overall damage pretty high. But again, remember, because of the affinity issue, you want to run him in a Cult Brawler's spot. So you want to remove a Cult Brawler and put Newt in there. When you actually do the team lineup, we can do this for you, actually. Although we need a key. We have a key? We don't have a key. Okay, so let's see. Let's go over to a dungeon. All right, so Ultra Nightmare Unkillable. So I'm going to take this one apart, okay? So what I would say here is you can't have Roshguard in the lead. You probably want to put your DPS. You want to put your damage dealers in the lead. So let's go ahead and put Geo in the lead. Actually, let's do it. We have to do it this way. Yeah, we'll put Geo in the lead. We want him to be the target. If he's the stun target, great. The more he gets hit, the better off you are. So let's go ahead and put Geo in the lead, and then let's do our other damage dealers. So let's go ahead and get Kale in there. Kale was at 60, right? There he is. And then let's go ahead and put, I think a Cult Brawler was lower. Called 6-star? Okay. But he's not 60, right? He's a 6-star, but he's not 60. Why is this so weird? Okay, let's do rank instead. All right. Okay. And then, so do your DPS first, and then go ahead and put your unkillable champs. And I'll probably put Roshguard at the back. So let's go ahead and put in Maneater. Maneater's a 5-star, I believe. And then we'll put in Roshguard. Okay, so what this is going to do is it's going to mean Kale will be the stun target instead of Roshguard. You're always going to have one damage dealer of every affinity, which means the damage dealers will always be the stun targets, and Maneater will never be the stun target, and that's fine. And this is your setup. Now, the other thing that you need to remember is in the speed tune, you need the skill order the right way. So you can see what we have. Oh. They have a 3-turn delay on the A3. That means it won't be a quick battle. Damn it, really? That's irritating. Yeah, you would have to manually run this. You would like have to set it up. I don't. That's really. That's disappointing. Well, give me a minute. Let me see if I can figure something out. He's running at a 4-3. So is Geomancer. So if we put Roshguard here. Let me put Geo up here instead. Why did that change? This is 239, 238.54. What if we put Geo here? What is 238.5? Or it's too fast. So if we got to slow him down. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Can't do. What could we do? We need Roshguard's block damage to land in this lower skill here. That doesn't work. No, the speeds are fine on the calculator now. I changed the speed. It's back to where it needs to be. All right, so we might be able to manipulate the speeds. We might have the leeway to manipulate the speeds. Let's see what happens. We might not. I mean, we have to have Maneater in this spot, and we have to have only 5 turns in the third column, which is the tricky thing. So you need a 5 to 4. I'm sorry, you need a 5 to 3, a 4 to 3, a second 4 to 3, and everybody's got to go all their extra turns in column A or column B. Can't go in column C. You can speed this guy up a lot. He can be all the way as fast as, like, as long as he's behind the Geomancer, it doesn't look like it matters. But if you go faster, then it matters. Yeah, there's not a lot of leeway here, and it's not changing. It's not changing anything in a direction that's usable to us. Although it's good to know that you can speed up your Occult Brawler if you want, so you can actually go faster. So I think this was the Geo originally, and this was the Roshgar. And it was 1 speed faster, and they had a 3-turn. Yeah, delay. Yeah, so remember the true speed. See the 238.54? Right? Remember that that's the number that matters, not this build speed. So if I swapped Geo in there, Geo's base speed is higher. Geo's base, or lower, rather. Geo's base speed is lower. So what happens is his speed is labeled differently, right? Like his true speed is going to be different than Roshgar's. So when I swap him in, like, you actually have to change the speed by 1. That's all. So like here it says 239, but this is not the number that you need. You really need this number. You know, so when you change champion, like if I changed a Cult Brawler, and let's say instead of a Cult Brawler, let's see, what's a Cult Brawler's base speed? 98. So let's say, you see this is 185, right? But his true speed is 184.51. So let's say I put in Cardiel, who's a lot faster. Right? And you see now, okay, his speed jumped up to 18543. So he's actually going 1 speed faster, even though he's listed at the same speed. So he was running at 186, and a Cult Brawler is actually running at 185. So that's, you know, that's just something that you have to account for if you change champions, that not everybody has the same base speed. So remember that the number that you actually need is the true speed, or what the true speed rounds to, you know, or like think about like the order. Like if you have 2 champions who are listed at the same true speed or the same build speed, but one is different on true speed, that order might matter. So one thing you can do here, if you want, is you can go ahead and put everybody in none, like put everybody in none gear. And now the speed tune is like showing like the build speeds and the true speeds are exactly the same, right? Because everybody's in no gear. And so if it works in that way, then you're like, okay, that's set up. Does it speed tune? Yes, it speed tunes. And typically, the only things you need to worry about are the same turn order, like the same people need to go in the same order, and you need to be within 1 speed or 1/2 speed of this speed. So 184.51 up to 185.49. That's your range of speed that you can go there. Now, if I can speed this guy up 1 and it still works, then I have more leeway. And then I can know that, you know, I'm like, okay, I actually have like 4 speed leeway or 5 speed leeway. And it's like, well, then I can be a little bit flexible. But some of the champions will not. They will have to be exactly where that speed is. And so you'll just have to, you can't deviate from that speed. You'll have to land exactly on that speed. And it's good to do that in the calculator and see, like, Kale needs exactly 171. At 170, it doesn't tune. At 172, it doesn't tune. He needs to be at 171. And that means you've got to land on that speed. And if you have, you know, the sets, if you're like, okay, he's in one speed and one perception, right? Now look at that. It's like, okay, well, now at 171, it doesn't work anymore. So I have to get him up to 172, right? It has to be 172. Or maybe, you know, it's like, okay, I have the Lore of Steel on him. So now I've got to check that. And then you're like, okay, so now I have to run at 172. So speed tuning requires you to understand not how to calculate the math, like how to get the number, but how the number affects the turn order. And that's, you know, so that's just something that the more speed tunes you do, the more you'll see and the more you'll get comfortable with. So I do think this speed tuning will work for you pretty nicely. The one downside of it is that you're going to have to manual the opening. Now, what I would say is long term, we want to try to find a different speed tune for you so that you can do the quick battle. But you're currently at a 2-key nightmare. And this, I think, is going to be a 2-key ultra nightmare. And you could probably get this team implemented inside of a week. I think you have the gear already. So it's just going to be a matter of getting Maneater to 6-star, making sure you build everybody, you know, messing around with the speed tune. You might do it in 2 or 3 days, like maybe even a day or two, like depending on how motivated you are. And then you can go ahead and make sure it works. And then you've got your 2-key ultra nightmare. And that's just better. So, you know, you'll do what we used to do before there was a quick battle, which is like you'll set up your fight, hit auto battle, and then go make yourself some lunch. And who cares? Like, you know, you have to walk away for 20 minutes. You come back and the battle's done and you've got your 2-key ultra nightmare. It's like, great, awesome. But that's unfortunate. I didn't realize that when, you know, I started looking at the speed tune, that it wasn't going to be a full auto. So that's unfortunate. Now, there are some other options. We could look and see, you know, like this might be a reason why to do that other tune. So there was the one that used Seeker, like maybe the Seeker one is in fact full auto. And if it is, then it might be worth doing that one. So was that this one? Man Tower Slow? No, this is another one. Let's check this one. Let's see if this one is full auto. No, this is a 3-turn delay on Maneater, so that's not full auto either. Warm Bat, that's the one? Okay. Is that the previous page? Warm Bat. So let's see if this one is full auto, because if it is, then that might be a reason to choose that one instead. This is a 1-turn delay. This is a 3-turn delay on Seeker, which is, let's see if that's absolutely required, if that just tunes it faster. No, it's absolutely required. So unfortunately, they both are not full auto. And it's also on Roshguard, it would be a 3-turn delay as well down here. So neither one is full auto. You know, but like I said, you know, if you run this, I think you've got your 2-key ultra nightmare pretty much instantaneously. Worst case scenario, it's a 3-key ultra nightmare until you get your masteries done, right? And then once you get your masteries done and you have your war masters and stuff, it'll definitely be a 2-key, because it's just a ton of damage. You're getting 50 turns of 3 DPS champions, 50 turns of poisons, 50 turns of HP burns, 50 turns of you know, reflect damage, 50 turns of all the hits. So I think you're going to be good. What I would recommend, though, is because some of your champions are not built yet, don't speed tune until you have your masteries. All right, so let's go ahead and look at this. I want to show you this. So imagine you speed tuned your, like, I know we started to build our Maneater, So let's say you speed tuned him and then you did your masteries and you ended up choosing Lore of Steel. Like that would add speed to your build and you would now detune your speed tune. Like you'd mess up your speed tune. So by getting Lore of Steel first, when you're putting on the gear, it actually calculates the bonus when you see the speed here, and it'll like give you the actual speed, right? So when we go in here and we look at the preset manager and we try this gear on, this is the gear that I put on for you at 261. When you apply Lore of Steel, you're going to get an additional bonus to all of these speed bonuses, and it's probably going to bump this by a few speed. It might only be 2 or 3 speed, but that would be enough to throw out a speed tune. And by the way, you do want to use the Lore of Steel because that's going to give you the additional speed and the additional accuracy, both of which you need, right? And that's going to help make it easier to speed tune anyway, because that 2 or 3 additional speed means you don't have to go for a 5-star glyph, you can go for a 4-star glyph, that kind of thing. So definitely for all of the champions, get the masteries done first before you speed tune. You don't have to complete the masteries. Like you don't have to go all the way down to War Master, but you need to get far enough to do anything that would affect. Basically, you just need to get Lore of Steel. Anybody who's going to end up running Lore of Steel, make sure it's on them before you speed tune them. And that's it. That's the only thing that's going to change the speeds. Nothing else changes the speeds. For your damage dealers, make sure that you have Deadly Precision on before you build them, because you're going to forget about that 5% crit rate. So that's going to give you that 5% crit rate that you need. In fact, I didn't do that. So, we were going for 100% crit rate here. And I forgot that the 5% wasn't included. So we actually have some leeway here, because we're going to land at 101% crit rate when this gauntlet is fully built. That's an additional 21% crit rate. Plus you're going to get 5%. So you're going to be at 106. So you have 6% to play with, right? So potentially you could get out of this boot and get into something that only has a single crit rate roll, or you could, change one of these other pieces for something that has a little bit more speed or whatever. So that's entirely up to you. But I think that's it. I think that'll be good. Certainly feel free to hit me up in Discord, like shoot me a DM, ask me a question, like as you put the speed tune together, if you're having any trouble, if it's not coming together, you can always shoot me like a roster shot of the gear or something, and I can tell you if you messed up a mastery or the gear or something. But I do think this will get you what you need. And, the downside being that it's not full auto. And I'm sorry about that there are still a lot of really good speed tunes out there that are not full auto. And, I think the benefits outweigh that drawback. But then, the next goal would be like, can we get you a team that's full auto so you can use the quick battle? And there might be something else out there. One thing you could do if you wanted to before you did this is, if you have the HH optimizer, go ahead and look in there and see if there's a speed tune that's full auto. There might be a different speed tune that uses similar champions. You know what I mean? That uses Roshguard. In fact, we could do that real quick. Now I'm kind of curious. Let me just get my optimizer up. And so, there's that option too. I like the calculator because the calculator, whatever you find in the optimizer, you want to put in the calculator, because the calculator gives you the actual ability to tweak the speeds and see if the tune breaks. Whereas the optimizer doesn't do that for you. But it may be that I have to update the optimizer. It may be that there's a speed tune that's actually a little bit different that uses the same combo of champions and still unkillable. Yeah, you are very welcome. This update is very slow. It's not them, probably. It's me, but the spirit is fine. Where are we at? The spirit affinity is fine because you can see the block debuffs buff goes up. Right. So if you put it to spirit, it's the exact same thing. As long as there's a block debuffs up before the end of column 2 in the very first row, you know that the decreased speed is blocked, and so you've got no problem. The issue here is actually that it wears off before the stun lands, and so a DPS needs to take the stun. It can't be Maneater or Rosh Guard. So that shouldn't be a problem. Now, it's not going to solve Nightmare, which is frustrating. But, you know, sometimes you run that, like you run your Ultra Nightmare team in Nightmare and it works anyway. Like it doesn't work like as a speed tune. It's just enough. Like it just does enough to get the job done and get you the 40 million that you need anyway. That's what happened to me when I first speed tuned my Ultra Nightmare clan boss team. It was not speed tuned for Nightmare, but it still got a 1-key Nightmare. So we're about 25% way done on the update here for the Hell Hades optimizer. It's very slow. That's very slow. So, but anyway, so yeah, you know, and again, we used to do this all the time. I mean, I would rather have a 1 or 2 key Ultra Nightmare that I had to, you know, like run, like no quick battle, than not have it, right? Like to ignore it simply because it's not quick battle doesn't make any sense. It's such a huge advantage to move from a 2-key Nightmare to a 2-key Ultra Nightmare. It's massively better. So even though you have to run it like old school and you can't quick battle it, it's still going to be worth it. Yeah. So by the way, you're going to have to put this into the AI, you know, the delay here, but this Rosh Guard delay, you're going to have to do manually. And the only way to do that is to kind of follow the speed tune. So you'll notice like Rosh Guard's going to use his A2 on turn 1, but then you have to manually A1 twice. That would never happen. The AI doesn't do that. So the AI is not going to A1 here and it's not going to A1 here. You're going to have to manually A1 2 times. After you A1 Rosh Guard the second time, you can click auto and it will, as long as the AI is properly programmed, it'll work. So that's all you have to do. You just have to set up the first 3 turns. And on turn 3, you know, boss turn 2, but your turn 3, you just click auto from there on, it'll go. Yeah. Okay, yeah, this is just taking too long. There must be something with my internet. We've been having a lot of storms lately, so internet's been a little bit wonky. But that is it for me today. Thank you to Scalador. Thank you to Leo and Evil Leo. Evil Leo had to take off, but that was a funny coincidence. Thanks to everybody that hang out. Thanks to Uncle Dan and all of our new members of the Barbarian Horde. The Horde grows, and it is always appreciated. The support that you guys give my channel is absolutely fantastic, and I really do appreciate you showing up, clicking like buttons, commenting in the videos, you know, doing all the things that you do, subscribing to the channel, and being here in the live stream. So thanks again. That is it for me. I will be back next week, hopefully on time next week, for another Takeover Tuesday. In the meantime, enjoy Asgard Divide. I will have a video on Asgard Divide tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do, if I'm going to do the dungeon first and then the champions, or going to do the champions first and then the dungeon. But I should have a couple more videos out this week because we're trying to ramp back up to speed so I can get at least 4 videos out a week. I haven't had that in several months now. So I do appreciate the patience. Being a new dad is a challenge, but we're getting there. We're getting there. All right. Thanks, everybody. I hope you have a good one. I will see you soon.